late start. We had a misunderstanding about the start time. Strictly my fault, but we're glad to be here. We do have a presentation that will get plugged in. We also have with us Sergeant Josh Stanley from the Real-Time Crime Center.
Okay. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Logan. Okay. State your name and all. Go right here.
Sir, Don Crow, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main. I have with me Deputy Chief Joe Oakley, who is Deputy Chief.
Morning, Councilman. Said I'm Deputy Chief Joe Oakley with Police IT. We know that the Sentinel Camera 5 system has been delayed due to supply chain, other equipment, COVID, etc. But I'm happy to say finally that we're getting started. The paperwork has been signed with Comcast. The modems have been ordered. MLG&W has placed the feeder line on the identified poles, so we expect to have the cameras mounted by August 1st. As far as we're going, that's the start date. It'll take about 4 to 6 weeks. Each council district receives 12 cameras this year as well as next. So instead of getting 10 cameras, we're getting 12, and we have a little presentation to show you the progress on Sentinel 5.
System has been delayed due to supply chain, other equipment, COVID, etc. But I'm happy to say finally that we're getting started. The paperwork has been signed with Comcast. The motors have been ordered.
Sergeant Stanley, who is our lead on the camera system, will speak a little bit about what's happening with
the cameras mounted by.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Deputy Chief. So with the redesign that was necessary due to the increase in camera quality, this project experienced tremendous delays, but we finally finalized what was necessary for the installation actually yesterday. We anticipate these modems will go up in 3 weeks and the cameras will go up kind of simultaneously. So we hope to see these the installation of this project on the first week or so of August.
Sergeant Stanley, who is our lead on the
camera system,
speak a little bit about
Thank you. Yes, sir. Absolutely. They keep changing in and out. So
good morning, everybody.
I'm not sure if there's any specific questions for any of these, but happy to answer them if any of you have any questions.
Here. This project experienced delays.
So
what was necessary.
these particular cameras, are they going to be in hot spots? Is that where they're going to be placed? And exactly how do you expect to be able to use them to help alleviate gang violence and murder?
The installation of this project.
Yes, sir. So, the Real-Time Crime Center provides data to council every year with these, and these are deployed in hotspots, video surveillance in real time and historical access to that for investigative leads. We think it's probably one of the most powerful things that we have in cases, especially where we have neighborhoods where we have reluctant witnesses. Video surveillance plays a huge role in that.
What keeps these from being shot up?
Not a whole lot, unfortunately.
These particular
And
cameras.
is that an issue or a problem? Is that where they're going to be placed? And exactly how do you expect to be able to use them to help
We have
alleviate
several of our boxes
gang
that have
violence
been
and
shot and have bullet holes. Sometimes they'll hit the equipment inside, sometimes it'll miss, and the camera still functions. So yes, it could be a problem, hopefully not. And hopefully if that does happen, we will catch the perpetrator on tape.
Investigative leads.
Okay, thank you. And how has this helped you? Is there any way you can quantify this for people listening about what you think this has done, crimes that you've been able to
What
solve?
keeps these from being
And
shot
does
up?
it help you at all with
We will catch the perpetrator on tape.
Okay, thank you. And how has this helped you? Is there any way you can quantify this for people listening about what you think this has done, crimes that you've been able to solve, or And does it help you at all with speeding and sort of drag racing? Have you been able to use it for that?
Yes, sir. I've seen over my years, especially when I was a precinct commander, where we had the Sentinel cameras, and as well as the neighborhood watches have bought their own cameras. We saw on our crime map every week, like in East Memphis and Mount Moriah Station, there was virtually no Blue Crush crime in those areas because of those cameras. And if there were, we would check those cameras, and oftentimes we would catch a suspect vehicle. We would catch them in the act. So yes, they do. And then if we've got our drag racing and donuts caught on tape, we can use that evidence to pursue charges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, I got a question.
Okay.
You said each district will have 12 cameras?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at this picture. Are you considering this one picture 4 cameras?
Yes, sir. If you're looking at the slide on the presentation, that is correct.
4 cameras that would be in the same spot.
Co-Chairman Ford, if I could, Don Crow, I think I hear your question differently than what Sergeant Stanley does. So the cameras are clustered in groups of 4.
Okay.
So you're looking at 3 neighborhoods, and each neighborhood would get 3 cameras to make the 12 cameras. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you, Chief. After this meeting, that young lady that's sitting right here in the front, that should have been a camera a few years back in my particular district, okay? I need you to get with her.
Absolutely.
But that's been a long time ago, county and the city. They're supposed to have had a camera years and years ago, so please make sure that's one. Okay, please get with her.
Absolutely, sir.
I appreciate it. And let the record show that Councilman Corvette Morgan and Councilman Jones has been joining us. Okay.
Canal is in here.
Who?
Canal.
Canal is in our way. Okay. Okay. Anybody got any other questions? Okay. We all good. Councilman Jones, do you have any questions pertaining to the cameras?
No, sir.
Okay.
Good morning.
Okay. We all good.
Thank you, sir.
Look, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Everyone.
All right. Thank you, Chief Crow, but please get with her.
And Chair Ford.
Present. We have 3 items. I'm going to take item 1 and item 3. I'm going to take item 2 last. Okay? First item is a resolution by the City Council of the City of Memphis, Tennessee, approving an economic impact plan for the legacy of Countrywood Economic Development Area District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by Edge. Question same night minutes. Got a motion and second. Okay. Who do we have here? Yep.
Good morning, Doug McGowan, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis, 791 North Graham. So this is an item that was brought to you for discussion. This was a development in Countrywood where they're converting part of the golf course into what is going to be a pretty intense development for single-family homes, multifamily, some senior living, a hotel, and some retail. Just to remind you, the application today is for a tax increment, or for a TIF, tax increment financing, for a defined period of time to pay for some public realm improvements. This area is one of the areas that is constrained for sewer capacity. And as you know, a precursor for development, we ask people to do on-site storage. That means there's an increased cost for the developer. Through EDGE, we developed a pilot program to help offset the cost of those improvements. This developer has asked that for two things. Number one, they are going to have to do substantial on-site storage for that sewer capacity. And number two, to unlock the full potential, they'll be building a public road through the middle of the development. And so what they've asked, instead of a pilot for all the individual pieces of property, just to do a boundary, a site-specific TIF that will pay just for the public sector improvements, the on-site storage of the sewer capacity, as well as the public road. We believe that's in the best interest because it's essentially the same as the pilot project that we had for the sewers. And again, we're the ones imposing that requirement because we have constrained sewer capacity at this time. So we support this development. It's going to be good for our city. It will generate a significant amount of taxes for our city and revenues. And it is a defined period of time for the pilot. I think the maximum period is 8 years, but they could be as low as 5 years for the payback of all the public infrastructure. So that's the technical side of what's being asked. And so the administration stands in support of their request.
All right. I see you, Mr. Muller. You have something to say?
First of all, I apologize for walking in late. I had it on the agenda at 9 o'clock, and I guess I missed that there was a revised agenda. But Mr. Russell is on his way down as well, and we'll be here for the afternoon session. Hopefully we'll be on.
Okay.
Well, he just arrived too. I have the presentation. I'd be glad to go through it. You saw it at committee a few weeks back. If you have any questions, we'll be glad to answer them, or if you'd like me to load the presentation, I'll be glad to share that.
How long is the presentation?
It's 10 minutes.
Is that all right with council? Okay, we all good. Yes, sir.
Let's do PDF. That'll work fine, won't it? Thank you. Great.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about them killing project. You know why I don't give a shit? God damn it, my damn dick. I'm gonna give some. Oh, yeah. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. Everybody think about it.
So, Mr. Chairman and members of the council, this is the development, as Doug explained. It's on. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the council, this is a brief presentation, and I said we'd be glad to answer questions if you have some. But so this project, all of you are hopefully familiar with Countrywood. This is a part of the Countrywood area, north end of Cordova. This will give you some of the background that Doug explained, so I won't go through that again. But I think one thing is evident is that there are not large tracts of land inside the city of Memphis that really are suitable for multi-phase type development like this one. So this mixed-use development located on the north side of the Countrywood area, it borders I-40, which has an improvement that's going to be made by the Tennessee Department of Transportation. This is a site plan. It shows you the mixed-use components that are bordering along the interstate and also on Highway 64. This is the components of the development. So there's about 40,000 square feet of retail, which of course will generate a significant amount of retail sales for the city. About 130 hotel rooms, 305 senior living units, 300 multifamily units, and then the 541 single-family units as well. These are just some examples, images. Looney Ricks and Kiss is the architect that's been working on the plan. Mr. Russell has had this plan in the works for about 2 years, and finally we're at the point ready to develop it. And so LRK, of course, has not done detailed drawings. These are just images that would be examples. Hopefully, once the TIF is approved, then we'll be able to begin the final engineering and architecture. That's the hotel, senior living, multifamily units, single-family homes. And just to summarize some of the benefits to the city, in total, this is about a $400 million development. It'll have both new residential and commercial, which will allow Memphis to compete with some of the adjoining cities and the suburbs that have attracted a lot of the development to date. One of the things that we think will also help is being able to capitalize on Blue Oval City, because from this location, you're less than 30 minutes to be able to access where those jobs will be located. One of the big economic impacts is even with the TIF, our projections show that over what is typically a 20-year period for a TIF, this will generate for the city about $46.8 million. That's in addition to the investment that would be made in the infrastructure that Mr. McCowan referenced to you. That doesn't include the hotel motel taxes or the state sales taxes as well. Obviously, the county, they'll be taking this to committee tomorrow at the county, and they've already been to the committee one time like you may have here, but it'll generate a substantial revenue to the county government as well. Because of the higher tax rate in the county, it would be about $56 million going into the county coffers. So with that, and I'll be glad to answer any questions. Mr. Russell is here as a developer, and we'll just open it up for questions if you have any.
Jones?
Thank you. This may have been addressed previously, but can you provide what the price point for the single-family home?
Yes, they would be in about the $500,000 range.
Okay, thank you.
All right, everybody, we're going to vote. Everybody in favor? Aye. Aye, okay. Against? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, I apologize for being a little late. You were.
Okay. The next item, item number 3, ordinance, adopting commercial property access clean energy and resiliency program within the city of Memphis, Tennessee, all districts, requested by administration. Who do we have? Okay.
Good morning, council members. John Zena, Director of Planning and Development. You have seen this in one form already. A few months ago, we brought a resolution of intent to establish a program, a commercial property assessed clean energy and resilience program to you. That is the first step that's prescribed by the state law in creating this type of program. The state of Tennessee adopted the CPACER enabling legislation last year. made some changes earlier this year to clean up some issues that were in the original legislation, and now communities throughout Tennessee are pursuing the creation of these programs. So the second step after you passed the resolution of intent was that we had a public hearing that was conducted by EDGE as a part of their regular meeting in June. And so now the third and final step is that we're coming back to you with this ordinance, which would put the program in place. So a few items just to remind you of what this program is. The C-PACER program allows for qualified improvements such as energy efficiency, renewable energy, water conservation, and seismic retrofit to be financed by third-party lenders who would work with a borrower on a major capital project to secure a loan for a C-PACER program. That loan, of course, would be an additional investment in the capital stack for a project. And the reason why the local government is involved is the repayment of that loan is assessed on the tax bill. So we, as a city, are using our authority as tax collector to create this economic development tool to add to other economic development tools that we have at our availability. Of course, that means that there's no city money that's involved in this, so we're not giving a grant of any type. We're not, promising future tax revenue or abating tax revenue as a part of this. This is merely using our ability as tax collector to facilitate a loan between a lender and a borrower. Qualified improvements such as those that I discussed a moment ago have to be installed within 2 years of the program, of the project being approved. The minimum project size is $1 million, so we're setting a high floor on these project types to ensure that we are getting projects that have a higher success rate of repayment in time. The program administrator, based on this ordinance, is going to be EDGE. EDGE, obviously, being the economic development organization for the city, has a first point of contact with a lot of projects similar to those that would take advantage of this. There's also a service fee that an applicant would pay, an application fee. The state law indicates that that application fee cannot exceed 1% of the total loan amount, capped at $50,000. So anywhere between $10,000 and $50,000 would be paid as an application fee to offset the costs associated with administering one of these loans. And that the fees that are collected would be split 50-50 between EDGE and city finance. Finally, qualified improvements have to be verified, signed, and sealed by a licensed professional engineer. So there is some protection there in terms of how do we validate the project will have energy savings as it's expressed to us at the time of application. That verification by a professional engineer helps to do that. And then maybe last but not least, on these program guidelines, like I said, even though this does not involve city money, it is going to be a city program, an EDGE program. And so as a part of that, in the program guidelines, we have set that the applicant must take best faith efforts to achieve a minimum of 25% MWBE spend as a part of the qualified improvement cost. With that, I am available for any questions about this and appreciate your consideration.
Okay, let the record show that Councilwoman Robinson has joined us. Councilman Warren?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Zena. If I was wanting to apply for one of these, okay, tell me, can you sort of walk through the steps that someone would do and how the payments would go and how the financing would go. So I'm building a building. I want to put solar panels on it and use this program. How would that work?
Okay, so the first thing that you would need to do is to secure a loan from a lender for a CPACE loan. And once you, the borrower, and the lender have agreed to a term sheet, then you would make an application through EDGE for a CPACER loan to be consummated. So as a part of that application process, there's in addition to the verification that I mentioned that would be required by a professional engineer, there are also a number of other compliance forms that you would have to complete related to not only the project itself, but also compliance as well as consent forms with other lenders that may have interest in the property. And so all of that is submitted to EDGE. It's recorded after the application is approved by EDGE, and then EDGE works with the City Finance Office to ensure that the assessment is placed on the tax bill, and then on an ongoing basis, City Finance and EDGE will sort of keep up with the ongoing repayment and maintenance until the loan is exhausted.
So I'm not sure, are we doing the loan or is the loan coming from the lender? I'm not sure. Explain how this is benefiting the recipient and how it's not costing the city anything.
Loan comes from a lender.
Okay, it comes from a lender.
It does not come from the city.
So what's the benefit here?
The city's involvement is that the repayment of the loan is on the tax bill. It's assessed on the tax bill. So the benefit for the lender is that there is almost a backstop, a guarantee of repayment through the tax payment process. The benefit for the borrower is it's another source of capital to add to an otherwise complex project that may require another source of funding to help get it over the finish line. And the benefit for the city is that it's an economic development tool that we can use to enable projects like mixed use, apartment projects, hotel projects that might otherwise not be able to move forward. But we're not using city money or abating city taxes to get there. We're using a different tool at our disposal to help enable that project.
So what we're doing for lenders is we're saying we're going to be your tax collector. We're going to collect your payment. It'll be on the tax bill so that people will pay it. And the lender feels more secure at loaning more money to a project than they would have before, so we can get the environmental components put in. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Johnson?
Good morning, thank you, Chair. My question is, in regards to the $1 million, who set the $1 million minimum?
That was established by the city and EDGE as we were working through the program guidance for this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Jones.
Good morning, Mrs. Zena. Question that I have
regarding the additional administrative responsibilities of the city, how is that taken into account?
So as we were preparing this program, my division, along with EDGE, worked with City Finance as well as legal in sort of walking through the steps of the program. There were certainly questions about the administration of that, but remember, the applicant is going to pay a fee at the front end that is anywhere between $10,000 and $50,000, and that fee is going to be split 50-50 between EDGE and City Finance. So there will be some remuneration of City Finance's time taken into account with each application. Now that said, as we've been working through this process, I've had the opportunity to speak with a couple of different PACE lenders from around the country. So Already there are 28 states that have active programs, and then it seems within the last year, 10 more states, including Tennessee, have created enabling legislation. So will be 38 states. In the conversations that I've had with a couple of lenders, based on that minimum amount of $1 million, we can likely expect to see anywhere between 5 and 10 projects a year that may take advantage of this. So it's not as if we're going to have an overly burdensome amount of work that accrues from this.
Okay, so, but if we're talking about a loan term of 10 to 20 years, 10 to 15,000 or 10 to 50,000 can be a minimal amount, but it doesn't seem in a way that the city is recouping any of its administrative costs with that one-time upfront cost when you're talking about a term that can go on 10 to 20 years.
I would maybe liken it to similarly. There is a process where when there's a pilot that's granted, obviously there is some upfront work that's associated with ensuring that the tax bill is reflective of the change based on the pilot, and then that sort of recurs year after year until it's exhausted, and this would be a similar scenario, I would imagine.
Right, but as I see us being the payment collector and then administratively having to remit those payments to the lender over that period of time, I'm just questioning whether or not that's enough to recover those costs over that time. And
maybe a better question for Chief Ford, if she's here, to the degree to which that is a concern, but I will maybe just add one more thing, that the way that this is structured, each year the remittance will be in one sum from city finance to Edge, and then Edge will ensure that the lenders receive the appropriate amount. So in terms of the city's level of effort year by year, there's one single remittance that's being made, not multiple to multiple lenders.
Gotcha. Okay, that helps. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Do I have any other council member? Okay, everybody in favor? I got one eye. Okay, ayes have it.
Megan Smith there.
Well, okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Now we're going to go to item number 2. Okay, resolution for economic development initiative, One Beale Convention Center commitment, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by me, Robinson, Morgan, Smiley, Johnson, Canale, Warren. It says request same night minutes. I would like to say this before we bring anybody up. There's some issues. Things have changed. Money has changed. I want to hear everybody's side today, and I want to put it in an executive session. They need to talk a little bit about it, try to resolve everything, okay? But money is very important today, okay? That's where I would like to put it. Who do we have for One Beale? Well, I want the administration to come first, then One Beale. Okay, administration, please come up. And before they say something, I need to make some statements today. Some of the council members are here, okay? Money is very important. It's important to me today. Any dime that we spend. Cheyenne, I called last week in our district. You live on Bluebird and I live on the corner. Hell, nastiest doggone neighborhood, mine, because they haven't picked up anything. It's not only my district, it's all over the city. This is a very nasty city. When it comes down to money today, that's my priority, okay? Clean my areas up. This city needs to be clean, okay? I want everybody to understand that today, but it's a shame. And that's not just my district. Councilman Jones, as you drive down the street, what's going on here? Everybody wants money. I want money put to clean up the city before anything. That's why I'm gonna bring this and I'm gonna put it in executive session. And anybody else today, when y'all have committees and somebody wanna talk about money, let's think about cleaning this city up first, okay? Before we give anybody a dime. Because that's what our constituents are complaining about, okay? It's a shame. Go right ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug McGowan, the Chief Operating Officer. So today you're going to contemplate an incentive for the One Beale development, specifically for the Grand Hyatt. This is an important development for our city. As you know, we have two hotels. We have one that has been in operation and opened during the pandemic, another that has just recently opened. Long-awaited development at the corner of Beale and Front Street. This development has been so important that the city has done a number of things to help get the deal across the finish line and to get to where we are today. First, we and you all authorized a 30-year payment in lieu of taxes to help get that done. Second, the first ever rebate of local option sales tax to help finance the project. And then recently, just a few months ago, I think it was a few months ago or a few weeks ago, we approved essentially a 50% backstop of a second debt service reserve fund for the bonds that would be issued through the Center City Revenue Finance Corporation. That was unprecedented action at the time as well. So that kind of activity shows that this is important for the city, that we are invested in this. This development will provide additional hotel rooms that we need for our convention center. And so that's why the development is important to the city. And that's why we did many of the things that we did, and we advocated for those kinds of investments. So today, because of the economic conditions, you're going to be asked to increase the investment by the city, increase the city's commitment to the project. And so you had some correspondence from me that shared with you the potential liability if things didn't go well. You heard from Chief Ford that there were this is an important decision for the city, should be carefully contemplated, and that's what we're asking you all to do, is to carefully contemplate. This is a big decision, and so we want to make sure you have all the information before any decision is rendered. So I'd like, Chief, do you want to add anything to that? So that's what we wanted to say to you this morning. This is a big deal for our city, and it bears careful consideration for an increased investment here. So, Chief, I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, council members. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer for the City of Memphis, 5343 Mason Road, Memphis. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you this morning. I just kind of wanted to share, again, I sent a communication out to you yesterday as some of these changes have come up rather suddenly, and we just want to ensure that, certainly for me as the financial officer for the City of Memphis, that we have presented full and transparent information to you regarding the changes of the terms of this agreement from the approval that you gave on April 5th, because it is a material and significant change. Backstopping 50% was unprecedented, as Chief McGowan said. Backstopping 100% changes who we are and the structure of what we are to this deal. I agree with Chief McGowan, and we've always looked at innovative ways that we can bring great change to our city. No one disagrees that this would be a great development, but how we get there needs careful contemplation because this is a long-term financial impact to our city. I think it is important that you understand that the 50% was something that we really kind of stretched into We did it very deliberately with great advice from our financial advisors, PFM, and from the State Comptroller's Office. We personally met with them. A member of Wells Fargo was also with us when we presented this to the State Comptroller's Office. And so it is not without great deliberation that we have approached this deal, and we want to make sure that that you have the correct information, that you have full transparency, that you understand this, because it is material and significant to the city of Memphis for a great number of years, making us investors in this development, and that's a new structure for us. So I think it is important that we all understand the implications of what that means financially for our city, not just this year or next year, whereas Councilman Ford said money is is tight in a lot of ways, and there are a lot of different ways that we want to invest in our city, whether that is in materials, supplies, resources, or in investments in our economic development. And we just want to make sure that you have the complete information. We gave this information, this revised information, to our financial advisors yesterday. They have not had the opportunity to completely vet it. We have gotten some oversight on high-level comments regarding this. Chief McGowan and I did talk to the State Comptroller yesterday. He has very grave concerns about the direction that this investment has now taken. And I just want to make sure that you have complete information to make a significant investment in our city, but that you make it with full knowledge and transparency. Thank you.
Yeah, council members, hold up 1 minute. You're through. Before we take questions, I need to hear from the development, and then let me come to everybody.
Can I briefly, just one question?
Go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman, with Chairman Ford. I've listened to some of the language, and the lawyer in me has a concern with language that we use because we know words matter. My law professor would tell me there's plain English for lawyers, and we should use that. We use the word commitment. I wanted to distinguish the word commitment from contingency. We spoke specifically about a commitment, whether the backstop will be a commitment or whether the backstop will be a contingency. Could we speak specifically to that, and could we clear that up? And could we explain the difference between the two?
Thank you. From a financial perspective and from an accounting perspective, this is a commitment.
Okay.
This is a commitment. You are committed to this amount of money every single year if certain things do not happen.
We use the word if. If means there's a contingency. It doesn't necessarily mean we're going to start paying the money right away, only if certain situations go into place. So I want to be clear, because when we use the word commitment to the general public, the general public will assume that means the city will start paying dollars right away, but that's not necessarily the case. The truth of the matter is there's certain things that have to take place before the city ever gets involved. And then, and it may never, so let's be clear about that. The city may never pay a dime. And I don't want to mislead people by using the word commitment, because there's better words that we can use unless we're trying to galvanize or incite a particular belief by folks who are listening in. This is a contingency. We use the word if, that means possible, but doesn't mean certain that the city will ever pay a dime to support this project. And there's a couple things. When I deal with projects, there's usually two questions that I ask myself. One question is it good, generally good for the city of Memphis? Let's just look at the Grand Hyatt. Absolutely. Then the next question is, specifically when we're dealing with a majority city like the city of Memphis, the question is MWBE participation. Here, if we decide to vote down this particular piece of this particular project, I'm gonna tell you what will happen. This is what happened. Chance, and I'm gonna speak specifically to him. Sorry, Chance, or his entity would have to make a decision. The very tough decision would be whether to increase their commitment to this project. If the entity, the majority entity, increase their commitment to the project, what will happen here, specifically when you're talking about the city of Memphis, what will happen here is the minority ownership, which is probably about 20%, maybe a little bit over that, will be significantly diluted. And I'm having a real hard time voting against this, knowing the I'm not sure if it's intended consequences. I'll use the language unintended consequences, which would be diluting minority ownership in something that would be really good for the city. So what I would say is make your best argument to tell me why we should be unintentionally diluting minority ownership in a project that we believe to be successful.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Those are very good points. I will point out to council that this is a commitment. There are thresholds that would have to be met in order for this commitment to enact and for the money to actually leave the coffers of the city. However, it is a commitment. It becomes a contingent liability, and it is a liability that will carry on our books. It is a liability that is considered in all of our financial ratios, and that is why I think it is very important that council has complete and transparent information regarding the potential liabilities to the city, the potential commitment payments that would be enacted. Many people have worked very hard on this deal. Trust me, I completely understand that. And I think the One Beale development is to be applauded for the level of minority participation they have, which I think is currently at 11%. But I would also say that we also have more than 600,000 taxpayers in the city of Memphis. And I appreciate the fact that we are certainly looking at this with open eyes, in a collaborative manner, which I certainly appreciate. I am not an attorney. That is why Chief Sink has been looking at every word of this along with us. And we think it is important that we just bring this information to you. And I think it is part of my fiduciary responsibility to ensure that you have all of that information. And quite frankly, with the changes in the agreement that have been brought forth to us, we simply have not had an opportunity to vet it. I have not seen or any of the revenue calculations that have been provided by another local CPA firm, which I'm very familiar with, Winners, Bone and Griesbach. They're a great CPA firm. But we have not vetted any of that information. And we think before we become a 100% backstop to this, that you should have complete and vetted information. Thank you, Councilman Smiley.
Quick follow-up. It may not be a question for you. You said 11% participation. 11% participation meaning the project to get the project off the ground. I think there's a difference between ownership and participation. Those numbers appear to be different.
I could not speak to that, Councilman Smiley. I'm just telling you what was presented to me yesterday when I was in the office. So thank you very much.
And your ask from this body is a delay. What are you asking for this body?
Thank you. As per my email last night, was a delay for us to complete and vet the information. As Councilman Ford said, he feels that this is important and it should not be delayed past this committee, but only into executive committee today. So we would respectfully request that the parties meet. The mayor is available to meet. He is available until noon to meet today. If there are other items that this group would like to bring before for discussion and consideration. So we are certainly open to that.
Okay, so delaying it to executive committee means a few hours.
That's what Councilman Ford said. It's in his
We listen
committee.
to Councilman Ford on this body.
Thank you.
I hope y'all do listen to me today, because I told y'all I want to clean this city up first before I'm talking about some doggone hotel. And I've been here 3 times in my life. Before there were lawyers, before there was a lot of these people, there were only 2 people that decided everything for everybody. There was the preacher and the undertaker. Okay? I have people that come to me and said, I need a lawyer. No, I represent you as a lawyer. I know almost just about what a lawyer. I know a lot of different things. I keep telling folks, I'm 67, but I can go back 100 and some years. I've been here before. I'm not going to tell you nothing wrong. I have nothing to benefit from none of these people. Nobody. I don't want anything. You know, people running for office. I've never had a campaign fund. People want to give me something. I don't want it. I don't need no campaign. People know me. Okay, so I'm not going to tell anybody anything wrong. That's why I said 3 o'clock today I'm trying to give it. I'm trying to put people together. And Councilman Corvette, hey, I've kind of elected him to be with y'all today where we can try to get everything situated. This is a very good project, okay? But I want my city cleaned up first, okay? Chance, you said, hey, this must be done today, it won't happen. Hey, we're trying to get there. This is a very good deal, but I want my city cleaned up today before I put a hotel, motel, or whatever else, because you know what, when it comes down to hotels, hell, they change ownerships every 2 or 3 years anyway. I'm being serious today. I mean, hey, then they change because it's money changing. It's not them changing. They just get their money back and then turn it to somebody else, but it's the same people. Let's wake up today, y'all. I keep trying to tell you, I've been here, done that, everything else. But that's what the hotel business, but the city can't lose anything. We can't afford to lose. That's one reason why I said we need a third term for everybody. Because you know what? If we don't, we're all going to lose out, because if we let him come in, you got new folks coming in. Oh, yeah. You think we're going to be in trouble, commitments and all the rest of the stuff. Because when you committed to something, you're obligated. That's where, yeah, they have to hire a lawyer. And lawyers win nowadays, you know, and all they have to do is make phone calls. Hard to fight a case. I don't know how many people, when it comes to lawyers, may have known Jerry Hoffman. He was a real lawyer. He fought cases. You know, everybody else now, let me just make a phone call, they'll settle out. They'll do this. Corey B. Trotz, when it comes down to things, especially, he got a big sign over my film home. Corey B. Trotz, we got his picture, got everything, got all of this. But you know what? I asked folks when they come, I said, let me show you this picture right here. I said, what's missing on this picture? You know what was missing on the picture? The phone number. I said, you got all of this and no phone number because they know where the hell he is. How to get in touch with him. I don't need to put my phone number on there. I can get you something, and hey, that ain't hitting on nothing anymore these days. These are crucial times, y'all better find out. You know, look at gas price. Look at when you go to the grocery store. Look at all of these different things. And you know what? We sitting up here looking pretty nice, but just imagine the average person in your neighborhood that you represent. What are they going through? Okay? Chance, I'm gonna let you come up and talk, and then, hey, if, did you want to speak now? Okay, go right ahead, and then I'm gonna let you come up, and then any other council member need to speak? You want to speak? Okay, I'm gonna let y'all speak, and then Chance, I'm gonna let you come up, let the council members speak, and then we're gonna hold this for executive session, and then I want everybody to get together, and hopefully when the executive session come, hey, came to a conclusion. And Jones, okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I got Ms. Robertson, okay.
Thank you, Chairman Ford. It will be helpful for me and the citizens of Memphis if we had an old-fashioned whiteboard so that, or something where we could see the pros and cons of what we're about to discuss. It doesn't help me to just call out numbers and who does what. I need to see, well, how does this impact my city financially, for sure? What if the ifs happen, the things that we think may not happen, what that looks like on the con side, and make sure that this is a positive decision, not just for a few, not just for a piece of Memphis, a part of Memphis, or a group of people in Memphis. We've got to make sure that this is a great deal for all citizens of Memphis. It is our responsibility, council members, not just to represent the minority community or just one philanthropic group or another. It is our responsibility to make sure that we make the best decision for one of the poorest cities in the United States. And if we make a mistake, we can make them even poorer. So to me, the most important thing that we can do for transparency and for our understanding is just the old-fashioned get to the grit of the matter. What are the pros and cons? Write it down so that we can see it and so that citizens can follow along with us. I am asking that we do that. I'm sure we can find some technology or something to use today so that we can do the pros and cons, add it up, and by the end of the day, we'll be able to decide with rational information and rational minds what's in the best interest of the citizens of Memphis, Tennessee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Let the record show that Councilwoman Easter Thomas has joined us virtually. Okay, in order, Johnson, Morgan, Warren, and then Councilman Jones. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, Chairwoman Robertson has addressed the issues that I had as well in regards to what type of liability, but Chief Ford has already said she needs a little bit more time before we can actually get that number. And I think we also need to go into details in regards to the circumstances that we would become liable. I think that would be important. Okay, and the time frame. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
I'll wait until the other, we've heard from the other side of the presentation.
Yes, I wanted to hear the presentation, then I wanted to be commenting after that. Thank you.
On the fence, not necessarily on the fence about this. I had some concerns about us being the backstop on this. However, I think that for me to vote on this, I would like to hear from what the financial advisors say on something like this, and what Ms. Ford has indicated is that that's not going to happen today. I understand the time element. I heard talk this morning that interest rates could go up even more. However, if we're going to take on a position to backstop this, I would want us to have all of the information. So even from executive session, I don't know if that's going to be enough time for us to have this properly vetted by everyone who needs to hear this before we make this decision. Yes, I know these are very fluid times, but before we're going to be on the hook for the next 20 to 30 years for this, I would want us to make the decision with all the information from the professionals who are more enlightened on this than we are. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief. Colleagues, is this project a liability? Absolutely. But I would also argue that our convention center was a liability. Almost every decision we make down here has a liability to it, right? And what we haven't discussed is the potential tax impacts through property tax, even under the pilot, through sales tax and through the hotel motel tax, of what this project could bring to our city. All we've talked about is the potential downside is if it underperforms in what we would have to backstop. So everybody that has spoken today has said this is a good project and they think this is needed. You know, we've desperately tried to get a convention center hotel. Lowe's pulled out. We still need more hotel rooms. We know that we lose conventions because we don't have the downtown hotel rooms. So I think that everybody would agree that the Grand is needed. This project is needed to come to completion. And is there some risk involved? Sure there is. But every big decision, every bold decision has risk. And we'll never be great in this city. We'll never get to the next level or the next step without taking some risk. So absolutely calculated risk. So I think, in my mind, the positives far outweigh the negatives, and I completely support this project. I think it's a huge win for our city. I think it's a huge win for downtown Memphis, for the minority participation in equity, which has been unmatched. And I would support, in fact, I think we need more projects like this to get our city to the next level. Thank you, Chairman.
Chance Carlisle, 1 Dr. Martin Luther King Avenue, Suite 130.
Carolyn Hardy, 5815 East Shelby Drive, Memphis, Tennessee. Carolyn Chisholm Hardy, 5815 East Shelby Drive.
Well, good morning. It is always nice to be here, although unexpected to be back for a third time. No one wanted to be back before you, but today is a momentous day for a couple of reasons. One, we are ready to break ground. We have raised all of the money that we need to raise from our equity side, and we're prepared to close our senior construction loan today and break ground. Last time I was before this body, there was a challenge and request to have minority participation in both ownership and MWB contracting. And because I think numbers today of all days matter, I want to be crystal clear about what that commitment is. We have 21% MWB ownership. 14% is local black ownership from Memphis. Every neighborhood in Memphis is represented in the ownership stack of this capital. Hard partnerships, long conversations, a lot of trust to get to that. The foundation of that trust was how much money do we need to complete the grant and the budget we presented. And in a minute, I'll get to our decisions and going to turn this over to Carolyn to talk about our partnership. We have a $146 million total scope of work on the construction side, of which we have awarded $43 million in MWBE subcontracts. One Beale remains the most important economic development project in downtown and helps shore up and solidify public investments that the administration has made from Tom Lee Park to the Mobility Center to, yes, the Convention Center. And so I understand today, more than anything, money matters. We have not asked, nor has the administration offered yet, and we'll get into the rest of the day, and we will figure out a way forward. But we have not yet wanted to take revenue from any other project across the city and apply it. But the facts of the matter is, from when we started, when we were approached by the Downtown Memphis Commission to do this project and courted, after having spent several $1 million of A&E fees and development to bring this to today, the bond market has gone south. It is not anything that is the administration's fault, our fault, or your fault, but it is a fact. In March, when you guys had the 50% backstop, The projections from the cities, or actually technically the DMCs, bond underwriters that we presented was $74, almost $75 million. Today, that number is below 60. The project with the 50-50 cannot go forward as structured. We are coming today with a solution sponsored by y'all that restores that amount of money to $66.5 million, which is the commitment we made to our minority partners and to our banks. The very foundational other pieces of capital that are supposed to close today to start construction today. We have three choices today. We can approve the 100% backstop. We can dilute our equity partners, primarily our minority equity partners, or we can just call it quits and walk away. And so those are our choices. And I hate to be in this position today, but that's where we are. I am happy to talk numbers. I am happy to get the whiteboard out, pros and cons. I think everything on the preponderance of evidence basically says this is absolutely the right thing for the city and for you to support. Carolyn?
Good morning, everyone. This is an extremely important project. When Chance invited me to listen to the proposal from the Grand Hyatt, and he was looking for minority participation, I said, is this real? Is this guy telling the truth? Because in our community, this type of project has not been offered to the minority community. I want to be honest with you. I've come in and talked to numerous developers on their project, but an opportunity to participate at an equal level and on equal footing, and our dollar mean the same dollars as Chance's dollars, has not happened in this community. When I spoke to Doug McGowan about this project and the concern that I have, we invited, as Chance said, minorities from throughout the city, every community, people who put their life savings into this project. And I assured them, I said, guys, I look at a lot of opportunities all the time. This is one of those rare opportunities that we need to get involved in, number one. Number two, your dollar means the same dollar as their dollar, and that does not, we don't get invited to the table that way. My concern is that before you put the first brick on the ground, if you go and ask an investor and you do a capital call this early in the project, you will lose confidence from that community. They will basically say, even though you may invite them to the table, I mean, 50,000, 100,000 may not mean a lot to some people, but 50,000, 100,000 people living in Fraser, Whitehaven, Hickory Hill, that means a lot to them. They cannot afford to lose that kind of money. We actually need to educate the black community in how to invest in things other than passbooks. I get so frustrated when I hear that our grandparents are earning no interest or 1% interest on their passbook, $100,000 in the bank. Every year they're losing money. Because inflation is 4%, they're losing 3% on that $100,000 every year. They've got to invest in the broader community, which is real estate and whatever else is going on in our economic environment. This is an amazing project. You said, what's the cost of the community? What's the benefit to the community? Not only gaining the trust of the minorities in your community throughout the city, but also you invested, hundreds of millions of dollars in that convention center. You're never going to get the benefit return. Because if you don't have a hotel that people feel comfortable coming to live in, you're looking for quality conventions. Quality convention requires quality hotels. And if we don't have a quality hotel at the Grand Hyatt level, you're not going to attract those quality conventions. No, I can't put a number on that. That's what Chief Ford will do. But this project is very important. Now, I started working on a convention hotel project, as Chance knows, 10 years ago. So this isn't my first, time to the table trying to get a convention hotel here in the city of Memphis. Chance was able to deliver it, and I was very proud of the way he was able to deliver it. He invited the entire community to participate, not only in the investment, but also in the construction. He invited us in the right way, and that doesn't happen in our community. So we're going to take a project that is, just unique, that is a role model for the future, and we're going to take that and we're going to potentially lose it. Now, here's the other thing. You say, what's the pros and cons? If the minority community loses this initial investment they've already made in this project, as you and I know, it will leave a sour taste in the black community that I or you will not be able to undo. You know, bad news travel fast, right? But good news only travels one time. And so we've tried to correct this and do the best that we can for the community, but now we have to trust you to do it. Thank you.
And I'm happy to answer any questions. And I'd also like to note that in the audience today and with us throughout the entire day, we have the Center City Revenue Finance Corporation's bond underwriter and counsel in the audience who is more than happy to speak to the numbers. I know there's some specific questions about contingent liabilities and what happens worst case. We have that information and are happy to share at any time.
Before I go to you, Mr. Morgan, ma'am, please stand back up.
Yes.
You said bad taste in the black community?
Yes.
Ma'am, please don't ever say that. Hotel is not going to put no bad doggone taste in the black community. What's going to put a bad taste in the black community is when, hey, you don't clean up my community, you neglect it, you do this, that, and the other. So please, regroup yourself. And then your investors that you're saying, please don't mess with my black people. We have been neglected too doggone long. And then you gonna sit there and talk about bad taste for a hotel. Don't ever say that again. Please do not say that to my people. Please, give them some development with some homes, things like that. You know, that's what will give them a bad taste when you let it go being run down, when you go into my neighborhood and there's nothing there. It ain't about no hotel. So don't go there anymore. That pisses me off, and I'm a black man. Okay, do not say anything, sit back down. Councilman Morgan, you're next, please. But I had to tell you that do not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've always known that any convention center hotel that we'd like to be a partner with, there's going to have to be a public incentive involved. There'd have to be some sort of subsidy. So the question becomes not if, but to what extent and how would we do it? How would it be structured? It is difficult to get projects off the ground in Memphis, and I hate to say that. I wish it were easier. 100 North Main, before it was under its current ownership, you know, that was discussed as a potential hotel or partner for the convention center. Lowe's Hotel, obviously, the old police station on Adams Avenue, all projects that people have attempted to pursue and have failed. And then we're also still waiting on development in the Pinch District and Union Row, things that we've been discussing, votes that we've had, that we've approved in terms of incentives. In this, we have something that is very real, very tangible, and they have said is shovel ready to go. And I hate for us to be an anchor rather than an accelerator in terms of development in Memphis. So one of my questions to the administration is specifically, what information do you not have today?
Thank you, council members, and thank you, Mr. Morgan, Councilman Morgan, for that question. The information that we currently have, and again, We sent this information to our financial advisors, PFM, yesterday. So there's a lot of, this is like a 30-page report that we're pulling through. But currently, the commitment based on the structure of the deal that is on the table at this moment, the commitment to the city is 30 years for a total amount of $161 million.
Correct. So what information are we missing to evaluate?
I think the big piece that we are missing, Councilman, is what is the real financial impact to the city, whether it is on an annual basis, on a commitment basis. What does this do to our bond ratings? How is this perceived by our bond counsel, and how we look at this and how it impacts our financials over the long term, not just this year or next year or the first couple of years where there's bond proceeds to pay interest. We're looking at what is truly happening. No one expected the pandemic. No one expected that, and what happened to our downtown hotels during that period. So this is a big decision. I agree 100%. I think 101 Beale is a great project, but what you need information on is what is the true financial impact to the city. How does this impact us, not just this year, but for the next 30 years? What does this do to our bond ratings? And are there other implications by the fact that now we are 100% backstop? Are we an investor in a private development? We talked about the money we put in the convention center. We own the convention center. We do not own this hotel. So I think there's a lot of factors that we need to bring to the table, and I do like the idea of here's the pros and cons, and I just think it's important that this is not a decision that you have 20 or 30 minutes of information to make this kind of commitment and obligation for the city, that you truly have the information that you need to make the decision.
Okay. And again, I guess that commitment you're talking about is, and I agree with Councilman Smiley when we're talking about the definition of language and contingency. I know we have to carry it in our books, yes, but it's not necessarily a direct payment in terms of 100% that we're going to be on the line for this amount of money. I mean, that's not fair to say.
So I think,
and I will say, so we were talking about a 50% backstop that y'all agreed upon, was presented to this council. We approved it, and what's changed in this deal is going from 50% to 100%.
100%, yes.
So it's a degree of change. The information in terms of project revenues and other things that are pertinent to this decision have not changed.
So I think the calculation between the difference of a 50% backstop and the risk-related weight against that calculation against a 100% backstop is significantly different. And I think that impactfully, this council should have that information presented to them before you make a decision on this.
It's a difference, but there hadn't been a significant material change to project revenues, any projections, things like that. That's what the hesitation and the slowness of this, I guess, from the administration's point of view, that's what seems off to me here. And in our relationship over the last 7 years discussing this, frankly, surprises me in terms of the inability to work through a decision like this quickly, given the time pressures of the market.
So I think to Mr. Carlisle's point, which was a very good point, a great many things have happened since April. Interest rates have increased. We are now at an inflationary period. That it impacts their development. It impacts the city as well in our future developments. And I think we just need to be mindful of the commitments that we make, whether you say this is actual cash out the door. If it is a contingent liability, it is a debt liability, it is considered in our bond ratings, it is considered in our ratios, it is considered on our balance sheet. And those are all very important factors as we move through to other investments that might appear over the next 30 years while we have a commitment to this. I mean, this is the commitment they're asking for is non-valorem revenue. And many times we have come to you about non-valorem revenue. What does that look like? And I just think that we need to be mindful of what we can commit to and what we can promise for our future financial stability. But I thank you for that. I think it's a good question, Councilman. Thank you.
Maybe Accelerate Memphis was a mistake. in terms of taking up the potential room that we had for being able to incentivize projects like this. And I tell you, council members, colleagues, a strong economy is going to cover up more ills in our community than just about anything you can imagine in terms of how it addresses poverty, how it addresses our ability to fund the school system, how it addresses our ability to be able to provide those services and cleaning up the neighborhoods and having a strong tax base for the city. And to have a strong economy in a city like Memphis, in these uncertain times, in these economic environments, there's going to be risk involved with every decision we make in the issuance of bonds, every single one. And yes, we have to evaluate that risk, but the risk of not doing anything and continuing to allow projects to fail, whether it's from outside investment or homegrown, I'm concerned gravely about that risk and what it says to the market when it's so difficult for people to invest in Memphis. We have to make it easier to say yes instead of being the ones that are putting the hurdles up or dragging things down and being, yes, we have to deliberate this and take our time, but time kills deals as well. So we need to get off this dais or our chairs or whatever you want to call it and get to work and come to a decision on this, I think, as quickly and reasonably as possible. And the level of risk that I have seen or has been expressed to me in the paperwork, and I've been going through this for quite some time, even back to April, I am comfortable with on behalf of the city of Memphis in terms of our long-term debt and the way this has been structured. And I don't know how to say it any other way without taking up time that other colleagues may need to come to the same decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we're looking at this, we put $200 million into the convention center, and as Chief Ford said, we own it. So that means we need to make sure it makes money, and we need to make sure it's profitable. And right now, we can't get highly or high-end convention traffic because we do not have enough quality hotel rooms. When is Lowe's coming in? Do we have Lowe's coming in? They're not coming. That deal fell through. We have a deal here to bring those conventions, hotel rooms that can actually make our convention center profitable. Now, we own it, but we can own a non-profitable center that can't get in conventions. It makes no sense not to move forward with something that would do that. This has got to do with the bond market. It's got to do with something that's changing. We need to seal it down while we know what we've got and then move forward. Now, do we do it on 100% backstop? Is there another way that you can bring that you would prefer to do it that you think is going to make our bond rating look better? Let us know by executive session. You know, that's what we need to hear because we need to move forward with this because as I'm hearing, you know, time kills deals. I'm not a real estate person, but I know that you've got to move forward, and this is something that has to be done for our city. So please get us something that we can vote for, and let's move forward with this. I mean, in my mind, if we could back a 50% backstop, what was it, $560 million if the 100% backstop comes through? So we were talking about, we were already on the line for $230 million. That wasn't anything that anyone was scared about at that time because it's a contingency. We're only on that if they make less than 50% or 60% of income and everything goes to heck in a handbag. So if they're out there and we've got conventions coming in and people going to the hotel and they're making, you know, what they would expect to make, we're not going to pay a penny. You know, so it's going to have a huge drop, another pandemic, something else that's going to make this not work. And if that's the case, everything is going to be messed up, not just this one particular deal. So I think we have to look forward and assume that we're going to improve in Memphis instead of always be afraid that we're going to go in the wrong direction. So right now, this is something that I think will help bring jobs, bring a tax base, and make Beale Street pop. We've got our dock that's right next to this thing that we're just spending millions of dollars on.
We're spending millions of dollars on Timely Park. We spent multiple $1 million on our convention center, and it makes no sense for us to look at a $10 million investment and say somehow that puts us at such great risk that we can't make that investment. So I hope that by executive committee, we have an agreement that comes back. And with that, I yield. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The question that I have is there any way that the city can, well, when you talk about the deal, you have two types of investors. You have debt investors and you have equity investors. So the position that we're taking on here seems to be a debt position. However, when something is sold, debtors only receive what they're on the hook for. From an equity standpoint, so in other words, if this hotel, if we're on the hook and this hotel is sold, we still have that obligation for the next 20 to 30 years. From an equity position, though, if this hotel is sold, then the city or the taxpayers benefit as well. So if we're talking about a position where we're just going in as debtors, I have concerns about us being on the hook from such a long-term standpoint. However, if we go in as equity, and I don't know whether we can or not, to me, that sets a different scenario to where if it's as rosy as it is, we have taken on unprecedented risk before. The city has never backstopped a project before. It was said that this is unprecedented. We want to do this. However, I think it would be unprecedented. When you normally take on greater risk, there's a potential for greater returns. I haven't heard any scenario that presents the city's potential for greater returns when we look at this. So if there's somehow that the city can be equity participants, if there is a sale transaction for this that the taxpayers benefit, then I can support it. However, I think that we would be making a mistake, whether we were backstopping this or not. I still think that we need to have what would be the opinions of our financial advisors before we do so on this project. Not saying that I don't support this, but I would like to hear from the financial advisors. And then if there's an equity stake that the city can take, because we're taking on additional risk, there should be the potential for greater return or additional returns for the city and the taxpayers of Memphis as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to end it out. And I want everybody to get together. Councilman Morgan, you brought us some good little ideas, okay? You brought up the school system. School system has more money than anybody. It's just the wrong people got the money. First of all, accelerate Memphis. Infrastructure. I have no problem with accelerate Memphis because infrastructure is coming to my neighborhood. I hate to get on I-240, and when I get to Perkins Avenue, I know what's black and I know what's white because the lights change. Maybe that's what they want you to know. Hey, you're beginning to come into a black neighborhood because it gets dark. You know, you get out there Poplar Avenue, you got homes, they got barriers. They don't want to put one up in my area, but they want us to hear all those trucks. That's not good. All of these things are good. And I still keep on saying, black folks, we've been neglected 50 years. You go out east, you got everything. You don't have to worry about no red lights out there because they're already new red lights. You don't have to worry about the curb gutter because they've already put it in. Shucks, you come in my neighborhood and you got a ditch. Having issues with that right now. I'm really having issues. Okay? But like I said, you talk about school system, all these others, we need to get rid of some of these people that y'all have put in place and then put the right ones there where things can get done. You know, and you're talking about, hey, school system, hey, take care of our teachers and all the rest. You know, I've been begging that we put money in place and, hey, I need y'all to really kind of check that. We put money in place for every school is supposed to be some kind of protection there, okay? And these side gutters, hey, some lights up, everything else. I bet out there in East got it all. They done forgot about me over in my area. I want them. Chickasaw, over there at Levi, I've been begging and begging and begging. Y'all ain't got to beg. Ain't got to beg. I begged 2 weeks to get some trash, and they still didn't do it in our neighborhood. And you know what? The bad thing about it, got you right here, and I'm right there. And you know what? That's disrespecting the council members. You know, won't even clean up our neighborhood. Talk about you too, Sister Robinson. Okay? But you go out east, they got another group of folk want to clean it on up and all the rest. But mine's been there 2 or 3 months. I got issues with that. I told y'all this ain't the day to mess with me and my people. Everybody else get it but us. I'm in and out. Hey, Councilman Corvette, go get with the administration and get with them, and y'all take care of the business today. And there's no more business. This committee is adjourned.
Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
And Chairman
Vice Chair Warren is present. Colleagues, our first item of agenda is a reappointment of Ms. Ann Langston to the Memphis and Shelby County Redevelopment Agency requested by administration. This item was held at our last meeting, and I'd like to move it forward tonight with same night minutes. Ms. Langston, are you here? Thank you. Do you have a statement for us? We need her mic.
I don't need it.
There you go. You need it now. It's good.
Good morning. My name is Ann Langston. I live at 1859 Overton Park Avenue in Memphis, Tennessee, around the corner from Councilman Warren. So thank you for having me this morning. I have been serving probably the longest on the Community Reinvestment Agency Board since 2009, and have seen it transformed from an organization that oversaw the development of Uptown with a developer into a very thriving organization that the city and county gratefully were able to spin off into its own entity a number of years ago. During that period of time, we have been able to shift our gears to be in community-led projects, community advisory boards in place, with professionals leading the organization that have a great deal of background. As you know, Ms. Roz Willis recently retired. We were very, very fortunate to have her running the agency for the 4 years that she did, and brought a tremendous amount both of history of Memphis as well as visions for what could happen in the communities that Councilman Ford has been talking about this morning. We have seen a big difference in the way we've been able to move things forward. Streets have been cleaned up, trees have been trimmed, grass is continuing to be cut, but more importantly, we are doing building of single-family homes, single-family rehabilitation, as well as commercial facades and other programs. I'm very pleased to have been a part of the evolution of the CRA and look forward to the years to come. I think we should all be pleased that Mr. Andrew Murray has become the new president. He came on board to work with Ms. Willis and be mentored by her for the 4 years that she continued before her retirement, and is certainly well respected in the TIF community across the country. So I would love to continue to serve on this board. It has been a wonderful experience. I think there is some benefit to the continuity and the history that I bring to the table as the long-serving member, and have welcomed and helped train the new members that have come on board. And welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lanks. I need a motion and a second, possibly. Second. Thank you. We have one person in the queue, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Councilman Warren. Thank you for chairing this committee, and good morning, Ms. Langston.
Good morning.
Hopefully you all can hear me well.
We can.
Oh, you can?
Yes, we can.
You're coming through great.
Okay, great. Just a question, Ms. Langston, and your board appointment is different than the others since it's a joint with the city and the county. But something I posed to you in private that I want to bring up in this committee is how will you, as a board member, going forth, really pushing forth an increase in the communication and collaboration and transparency that the CRA board needs to have with the city of Memphis legislators, not just administrators, and also county commissions.
Yes, I appreciate the question, and actually before we had the discussion with you, we as a board have been discussing the need for a more formalized process by which we communicate with each of you, where we get to know you and we know about what's going on in your communities and can be a step ahead of what comes to us from others that come and make presentations to the board. We are in the process of having a planned long retreat very soon as we get all of the board members appointed or reappointed. And at that point in time, we're going to look at putting in probably a government relations committee, or at least a process by which we as board members, as well as the leadership of the CRA, have a formal process. It's not just when we come down to ask for something or to get something approved, but where we're bringing regular updates. I also think it would be wonderful as part of that process to make sure that you all are aware when the community advisory boards are meeting in the neighborhoods that you represent, so that you can also be present for those meetings. That's where the real work gets done, and the neighbors are speaking up about what the issues are and how we can begin to address them. So I hope that we will be able to move that forward fairly quickly.
Thank you, Ms. Langston. I appreciate that answer, and like I said, since you're a joint appointee, since you have to go through the county as well, I guess the expectation from you is kind of more than board chair, especially since you say you've been there with your continuity and your tenure. And with the answer that you've given, I hope that it will move forward in a better direction so that we all can be on the same accord. Thank you, Ms. Langston. That ends my question, Chair Warren, but I do object against same night minutes just for the fact that I don't think it needs same night minutes.
Well, if you object, then we're not going to move forward with it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Let the record reflect that Councilman Canale, Councilman Jones, Councilman Carlisle, and Councilman Ford have now joined the committee. Do we have any other questions? If not, all those in favor for regular minutes, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, so it's regular, no same night minutes. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Langston. Item number 2 is a reappointment of Jan Castillo to the Memphis Tree Board requested by administration. Need a motion and a second.
Move it.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Canale. Is Ms. Castillo here? Thank you. Ms. Castillo, do you have a statement for us?
Hello, my name is Jan Castillo. I've been on the board since it was founded in 2014. We're an advisory board to the Division of Parks. I live at 2476 Spay Drive near Ridgeway High. We advocate for tree health, tree safety, tree selection, and we are involved in educating the community and reaching out on helping them understand the benefits of trees. In fact, yesterday I was at Glenview Park with the director, Linda Bates. We're getting ready to have a tree art contest for the campers at Glenview Park. Not only will they learn some tree ID, they will also learn tree benefits. One of the resources we're using is a coloring book that was established by the tree board from a grant from the state, which gives tree benefits, numerous tree benefits for young children to look at and interact with in this book.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Yes, Councilwoman Robinson. Johnson.
Attended a meeting, and they noted that trees were being cut on the parkway. Are you familiar with that process of what's taking place, so they may hear what actually is taking place over there?
We can investigate that because the horticulturalist for the city of Memphis, Connie Shepard, has just been one of the hopefully appointees to the board. Memphis City Beautiful, you can talk to Eldra White. She's been very, Memphis City Beautiful has done a lot of tree planting and knows more about what's going on in the parkways than I do, and you can ask her. And also we sponsor Arbor Day, and several of you, in fact, I think Ms. Johnson, you were at Epping Way, the Arbor Day. It was very cold that day. And several of you have been at our Arbor Day ceremonies.
Okay, thank you. We'll try to follow up on that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll have everyone talk and we'll vote at the very end for all, if that's okay. Thank you, Ms. Castillo, for being here. The item number 3 is the reappointment of Mr. Mark Folis to the Memphis Tree Board requested by administration. Could I have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
Moved by Jones, second by Ford. Mr. Folis, are you here? Please come up and state your name and address and give a brief statement if you care to. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for having me here. I've been involved with the tree board since 2014. I'm the current serving chairman. I live at 4989 Barfield Road. I'm a 5th generation Memphian. Although I've lived and worked around the world, I'm very proud of my city. And that's why I, along with Jan and others, made a very concerted effort to bring Tree City to Memphis. And we now represent, excuse me, with the Tennessee Urban Forestry, we represent council by far the strongest chapter in the state. So that's what we're doing. We recognize the responsibility of trees, but at the same time, we recognize the benefits.
Do we have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Follis. Our next is a reappointment to the Memphis Tree Board of Mr. Ryan Hall. Mr. Hall, please come up. I need a motion and a second.
I'll move it.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Ford.
Hey there, thank you for having me. My name's Ryan Hall from 530 South Prescott Street. I really enjoy being on the tree board. I'm a registered forester, and I work for Wolf River Conservancy, so I'm out in the woods a lot, and it's good to relay some of the knowledge and information that I see to the general public and act as an advisory board member on the tree board. So if you'll allow, I'd like to stay on it.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Hall? Thank you, Mr. Hall. Our next reappointment is Ms. Eldra White to the Memphis Tree Board, requested by administration. Motion and second, please.
Move it.
Move Jones, seconded Ford. Ms. White, could you give us a brief statement? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Eldra White. I live at 6703 Vinings Creek Cove East, and I have served on the board since its inception. I work for Memphis City Beautiful, of course, and I enjoy serving on this board, and I love being able to sustain the city's reputation for being a city of trees. Our tree canopy is important to us, especially now, given the heat. I have worked on the board to help provide resources. For example, recently we received a $14,000 grant from One Tree Planted to plant trees in Windridge and McFarland Parks. So I look forward to doing that, as well as hosting the Arbor Day ceremony that we have as part of the board and those kinds of things. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to serving.
Do you by any chance have an answer for Councilwoman Johnson on the Parkway tree cutting? And if not, could you get one for her?
Well, I hope no one is cutting those trees, because a few years ago I planted over 400 flowering trees along the parkways with over 200 volunteers. So I need to find out what's going on there. It is a state highway, so maybe there's some work being done by TDOT, and I can certainly research that and get back to you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilwoman Robinson.
Okay. My question has nothing to do with your appointment. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I need to know, what can we do as a community with your organization to get our city cleaned up? And it's just amazing to me that the more cleanups we have, the dirtier the city is getting rather than cleaning it up. Where are your thoughts? How do we make this happen? How do we get people invested in keeping our community clean?
Well, I would like to get back with you on that, but my first initial response is that we live in a disposable, on-the-go society. There's so much packaging in the world today, and so much waste to handle, and people are handling it irresponsibly. So the education, engagement we have through our tool bank, we loan out tools to communities all over the city weekly, and it's not that people aren't cleaning up, they are, but it just comes right back. So we are working to figure that out, Councilwoman. It is a struggle, but there's so much packaging out there on products and so much to throw away. It's just out of hand, and people tend not to handle it responsibly.
Okay. So do you think it would be helpful if we had some messaging with our local media broadcast, You know, at night on Channel 3, they say, do you know where your children are? Did you pick up your paper today? You know, we can't just continue to talk about it. We've got to start doing something so that we can remind people that they need to put the trash in the trash and not on the ground, because our city looks horrible.
We do have a new campaign, the 901 Keep It Clean campaign, which is something we're hoping to rally our community behind, and it has received, you know, positive response, you know, amongst the folks here. So if we could have more resources to actually do a campaign, to buy TV ads and things like that, that would be great.
Okay, did y'all hear that, council members? We need some money.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Thank you. With no other questions, all those in favor of these candidates, please say aye. All those opposed, ayes have it. Thank you for your service on the tree board, and thank you for your service on our Shelby County Development Agency. Thank you all. And with no further business, we are now adjourned.
Council's Budget Committee. Mr. Thompson, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Mr. President, Councilman Canale, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Warren,
Present.
Councilman Ford, Councilman Carlisle, and Chair Jones.
Present. Colleagues, we have 3 items on the agenda today. Oh, I'm sorry.
And we have Councilwoman Easter Thomas, who's virtual.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Thank you, Chair Jones.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have 3 items on the agenda. The first is a resolution to amend the Memphis City Council Community Grant Program for fiscal 23. May I have a motion on this item? Second? Okay. Mr. Ford, this is sponsored by Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford, like to... Okay.
Chair, I'd like to amend the meeting with selection first start.
But Mr. Ford, would you turn on your mic?
Feed the needy, $10,000. Withers collection, $5,000. Fresh start to a new beginning, $10,000, which equals $25,000.
Okay. Mr. Ford,
Yes.
with these, it was brought to my attention that these organizations did not come before the council or submit their paperwork substantially. So, there have been other organizations like this, and I think we're to the point to where if we do it for one, we have to do it for all. There are others within consideration for this. So, I'm just one person. We set the guidelines, but it's the will of the body of what we want to do for this. But I would think that in a sense of fairness, if we do it for these organizations that did not submit things by the filing deadline, we have to do it for all. And, there are other council members that may have nonprofits in that organization or in that situation. And so that's...
I'd like to move that we end up doing that, yes. because some of these that I have on here, and just one that I want to point out, she had deaf in the family and then a few other little things, which was feed the needy. She's the only one that gives baskets for us to give to everybody. All of these people, and you have special people that come up, and I know it's 7 votes and carry the day, and I'd ask each council member to please do the same and vote for that. Reasons why, because we have, during the year, we have a lot of people that help others that may not have be on our sheets, didn't even kind of know about things, okay? That really do a lot of things, especially with the youth and everything else. And I think we need to kind of leave it open for that. And I'd like to make a motion, and then we can vote on it, stay on that. Yeah.
Okay, well, we have two motions.
Okay.
So the first one would be, and I think in order to consider this first motion, we have to vote on the second motion that was made. And what I would suggest, though, colleagues, is that if we're going to open it back up,
Just amended?
I'm sorry?
We just amended to open it.
Well, how would, yes.
Council's board resolution actually does amend the program, so we don't need a separate.
Okay.
Well, no. If we open it up for these three, what was motioned and seconded is that we open it up for everybody's consideration for this. That's not contemplated in here.
I didn't write the resolution, but that's how it does sound to me. It says council members may, in their discretion, submit additional organization to the council for consideration. So to me, this is amending the
Okay.
entire resolution.
I gave him my copy, so I don't have it in front of me. Councilwoman Johnson.
Microphone.
Councilman Ford, these additional people, have they met just the minimum requirements that all others have met in regards to not asking for more than 30%? They did submit their 990s. Did they do all of that?
Yeah, but well, actually it would be discretion of each council member because they would be coming to the council person, okay? That's just like what I have here, Feed the Needy. I know she needs that because
I'm in
hey,
total
she gives
agreement with
baskets,
Feed the Needy,
all the
total
rest. So
agreement.
if you bring one, it would be what you were going to try to help that particular person. Yeah,
But I
so-
just wanted to make sure at least they have the proper documentation.
Right,
That's
exactly.
all.
Yes, ma'am.
But what she's asking is, do we know that all three on here have, so for instance, this 10,000 is not exceeding what would be, what we said as our
30%.
guidelines? That's what she's asking.
Okay, that's my question.
Okay. So, colleagues, if we, and part of this, whereas council members may, in their discretion, submit additional organizations to the council for consideration for the Memphis City Council Community Grant Program for fiscal 23 to address the needs of nonprofit organizations, provided that the nonprofits meet all other qualifications provided in this application. So the way that I see this, colleagues, this is an open-ended type of, this is open-ended in this. Do we want to set it up to where throughout the end of the year we go through the process again and make sure that they have this whole application process? Or that we review what those guidelines are, because we as a council have not done this for these organizations, but I would think that out of a sense of fairness for every organization that comes before us, we have that opportunity to do so. Councilwoman Roberts.
Mr. Chair, based on the way that it reads, I think that the staff will be responsible to make sure that they meet all the criteria. Otherwise, it wouldn't come before this council. I believe we should make the staff look at that information before it's brought before the council.
Okay,
So everybody's on the same playing field.
Okay, I'm in agreement with that. Okay. So my question is, and I know that Ms. Owens is out this week, and so she has been the liaison. Ms. Norman, do you have an idea whether these have been vetted in that manner? I'm sorry? Yes. Okay, so colleagues,
what has been stated here is that these three did not submit applications. So what I think would be the proper and the right thing to do, if we're going to open it up for them, we open it up for everybody. And so I would say, colleagues, if we could sort of, if we're going to open up for everybody, do we want to do it for the entire year? Do we want to open it up just for, let's just say, here we are at the 12th of the month. We set a deadline. If we open it up for everybody, set a deadline to the 29th, which would be the last business day of this month. But I just have a problem with us willy-nilly. We bring one before us for organizations that haven't submitted. Everybody goes through the process. We open it up for one. I just say we open up for all, but still set some type of deadline, or otherwise we'll be hearing this all year long. Mr. Smiley.
I think this is the right place to say that. But the reason that I made a reference to the county commission is if we, their community grant process is year-round applications. Whenever an entity applies for funding, that entity can come before the body at any time as long as they have a sponsor by a particular county, a particular commissioner. So if we amend this process, will that be the process for the duration of the year in terms of anybody can come if they meet the requirements that we set at any point in time if they're sponsored or allowed to be on the agenda by any particular council member? Is that where we're going?
Yes.
I just want to make sure I had clarity. Well, so someone feel free to chime in.
Colleagues? Councilwoman Johnson.
I can understand the concern in regards to you have one group that followed the policies, met the deadlines, and they should be recognized. But they did get recognized. They have had the opportunity, and people have contributed to those particular organizations. But in the process, I think we also learned that there were some, for whatever reason, failed to apply. And those individuals have been very beneficial here in this community over the years. And, you know, we definitely want to reach out to them because we actually know that they make a major impact in this community. I think we were asked to submit our grants up to 75% of the funding. Do you know if everybody did that, first of all? If that did occur, then 75% of the money has been assigned. Okay, so we're only dealing with the last 25%. And maybe working with 25% wouldn't be a major problem for the rest of the year. The most important thing is to get the majority of it out, and then let's utilize the other 25%. And we can put a deadline on that if you want to, but I think we need to at least give those people an opportunity, unfortunately.
Okay, so with that, Ms. Johnson, are you saying for the other 75%? Because I think
the first 75%.
Right, okay, for the second 25%, what we had established and set up, though, was that, and look, it's the will of the body, that that 25% would still be allocated amongst those organizations that had gone through the process. Yes.
Okay, but unfortunately, we did find out that there was, for various reasons, that other individuals did not apply. For example, it was my knowledge or understanding that it was this office practice to send an email out to every organization that had ever applied for a grant. It was a master list, and that list was supposed to go out. That did not occur.
Okay.
So many people tell me that they just didn't know about the deadline. So I'm just concerned. It's my understanding that the office did, do due diligence as far as advertising on social media. They sent email out to anybody who had contacted the office recently. But I'm just saying, I think we may have missed an opportunity because people said they just weren't notified and they were looking for that email. I just think, yes, we need to open it up. Let everybody use 75%. Make sure that's the first guideline. And then after 75%, then you can use your 25 the way you want it.
So to me, that goes back to Councilman Smiley's question. Do we want to set it up to where we are doing this on a year-round basis? That's one alternative. Or we can open it back up and set a deadline and say we send out the email, we still set a deadline. You know, it could be July 30th, which happens to be the last business day of this month. It can be August 15th, whatever the case may be. I just want us to have, you know, some general guidelines on how we do this, you know, whatever the will of the body is.
My only concern there are those occasions when we least expect it, I have no knowledge of it, that help is needed. And I hate the fact that we may have put a deadline on it and we can't go past that deadline to help someone. But I think we're only working with 25% of our funds. That shouldn't present a problem.
So your will is to essentially not to open it back up and have any organization that meets.
But everybody has to definitely spend 75% first.
Okay. Well, where we are right now, and the next item would be the allocations. But where we are right now, Councilwoman Johnson, is that this does not include Councilman Carlisle's allocations. Do you have this big sheet here?
Yeah. Well, Carlisle needs to put it.
Well, no, what I'm saying is what we are being asked to vote on as the next item is this, and that does not include everybody's 75% allocation.
Carlisle, can we get it in?
I didn't either. I was late-ish, but it's
right. But still, from the standpoint, we don't have Chairwoman Swearingen's 75% either as well. So.
Well, if we vote that a person has to use 75% of their funds from those applicants who originally submitted.
Ms. Johnson, we did that from the onset, but all of our colleagues have not
participated.
So. So what we still would be facing, and perhaps this still could be the solution, we may want to put this off for another 2 weeks to make sure that everybody gets that 75% in. Now, that would be item number 2.
But can we just not amend it in the next 2 weeks? Let's go with what we have and then just amend it it's just a process that we're going to have to go through.
But Ms. Johnson, we could have, if Councilwoman Swearingen submits hers, we could have organizations that exceed what we've set as the 30% guideline.
No. That's where the staff is going to come in and say they are past 30% and you can't do that.
But what I'm saying, we already have, right now we have this missing 500,000. What we have in front of us, that's item number 2, is missing and not reflected on this is 250,000 from Carlisle, 250,000 from Swearingen.
Okay.
That impacts all of this, and we could have those going over. So
I don't understand why we cannot just amend it every 2 weeks if we have to spend it, because even after we get the 75% in, individuals are going to come in every week with their own special assignment of the funds. So I don't understand why that's an issue.
So do you have the sheet in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm just going to pick the first one.
Okay.
You know, just out of ease and convenience here. So the first one, they presented a postcard. So based upon our guidelines, the maximum that they could see would be 15,000. They're already at 10.
Okay.
So what if Swearingen as well as Carlisle do 5,000 apiece for them?
Okay, they can just amend it in 2 weeks. I don't see why that's a problem.
But if they did that, it would exceed the 15%.
No, the staff would have to say they already have received 10. The maximum that they can receive is 5. So they would have to get back with those 2 individuals that either y'all need to split it or one just totally back off and give to someone else. Just like they've been doing in order to get it straight today. That's what they've done. If they were over the limit, we were notified of it, and then we had to make adjustments.
Well, so that's still going to the second one, but if you notice, well, I'll tell you what, let's dispense of the first one.
If that's, you're the budget chair, I have to take your advice.
Well,
and
no,
go
no, no,
in.
it's whatever the majority, it's a majority, whatever the will of the majority is. So what I would say is that.
Liza.
Come back to it? Well, we hadn't gotten to yours yet. Yes, sir. Your mic, please, Mr. Ford.
Are we coming back in 2 weeks? Are we coming back next week? When is the next council meeting? 2 weeks. We're gonna do it 2 weeks,
Yes.
because I'm kind of off on these. Because,
Yeah, we're gonna be off.
Actually,
We're gonna be off until October.
I see, and that's kind of messing me up.
Okay.
But that's okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right,
it is 2 weeks. So, colleagues, but what we do have on the floor right now is a motion to open it back up. Okay? So I would first like to dispense of the motion to open it back up. Is there any other questions on that? Yes. Okay.
If I may, Chair, I just want to thank you. I want to make two general comments. One, to the chair, this program existed before I was on the council, and I've gone back and forth over the years, and so I do appreciate the fact that parameters were put on there in order to try and bring some order to how we conduct business through this grant program. I would, however, remind the council that we keep referring to the grant program as its own special kind of entity, and to some degree it is. However, it's all general fund revenue. And so at any time throughout the year with 7 votes, any member could go into the general fund and get whatever amount of money they want and grant it to whatever organization or 501c3 that they want if they've got 7 votes. And so I know and again, to the grant program, we're trying to set some order in chaos, or order so that it's controlled chaos. But if I wanted to come next week and go get $1 million out of the general fund and go grant it to some organization with 7 votes, I could go do that. So I think let's try and strike some sort of balance between where Councilman Jones has kind of brought this program and then the ability to not bind, so to speak, a further body or further time down the road. So I'm open to whatever the body wants to do, but I do want us to recognize that we're kind of talking about something that we don't really have to get into, which is you guys can go spend all 250 grand all you want by this next week. If there's an organization that comes up 6 months from now and says, hey, I need 50 grand, and Councilman Ford has got 7 votes for 50 grand, guess what? They're getting 50 grand as long as the mayor's willing to sign the contract. So just keep that in mind for what it's worth. Again, Councilman Jones, thank you for the time, to you and your staff, and Brooke, your prior, Ashley, everybody that's helped kind of bring some order to the program, but keep in mind we are the appropriating body.
Yeah. So, colleagues, yes, Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay, my only concern about a delay is these organizations will not receive their funds. So I still cannot understand why we can't go forward with this request and at least get this up to finance. They don't work that fast. They need all the time they need in order to process this paperwork.
No, so you skipped over, you referenced this. We're not on this yet.
Yeah, but we're talking about delay, correct?
Well, we're talking about, no, we hadn't talked about delaying this yet.
Okay.
We're talking about, item 1 is basically opening this
But
back
I thought
up.
we had a second motion. You got to deal with the second motion, then go back to the first.
The second motion, we can only have one motion at a time. So the second motion that was made and seconded was to open the process back up.
Okay, so that's what we're voting on.
That's what we're voting on, to open the process back up on an open-ended basis because there was nothing made to set a particular guideline. Okay? So all those in favor of reopening the grant process back up, please indicate by, I'm sorry, Ms. Lay. Indefinitely, because there was no date specified on this. So this is opening the grant process back up. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that item passes. Now, so with yours, Mr. Ford, that supersedes this. However, we can bring this back because we've opened it back up, and these organizations can come back as long as they meet the guidelines, because as it was set up, these organizations didn't even make application.
These organizations, especially like I was just saying, Feed the Needy. Okay, the lady had death in her family, tragic death in her family. She does every year. Everybody that I have on here, I pulled last year.
Okay.
Okay, and brought them up. Miss Owens is out today.
Yeah.
Okay, but all of these are in order for today. Now, each and every one that I have on here, hey, everybody know about these, okay? Because when time come around, these people kind of need the money, feed the needy. I don't know how many council members they really give to these organizations, but you sure know how to pick up the baskets and go out there and give to the neighborhood, okay? And this woman not only she used to do just Thanksgiving, but now she's trying to do every holiday and try to make things meet. But she had tragedy in her family, her child. That's the only reason. I called her and asked her why not, but I pulled everybody that's on mines, okay?
So, Mr. Ford.
And these are very important, so whatever we have to do today, I really don't want to hold these up, okay? Yep, I really don't want to hold these up. We've been doing this all along, you know, and since y'all want to mention something, I've had all the council members, you know, I kind of got a little pissed off because, hey, I had council members ask me for some money, said they did not have any, and I gave mine and found out the hell they did, because they came back at the last minute. Okay, so we need to kind of do what we've been doing all along. I don't have no problem because everybody has somebody that may need $5,000 of this, and
Fair.
which is very, very important that, hey, don't know anything about this. Why stop somebody that's helping? Because if we can help somebody that's doing something, especially in neighborhoods, I mean, that's what we need to do.
Ms. Ford, so what we've done, we've opened it back up for everybody just to follow a process. Councilwoman Johnson.
Mr. Ford, would you be willing to have a friendly amendment to say this will be approved upon them submitting all the applications?
I'm good with that.
Thank you,
Okay,
Councilwoman
thank you.
Johnson. Okay. So we now have a motion to approve the resolution to amend the City Council Grant Memphis City Council Community Grant Program for fiscal year 23 with the amendment that these organizations submit their applications. Thank you for that, Councilwoman Johnson. All those in favor for this amended resolution, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Colleagues, our next item is resolution to allocate and appropriate $3,250,000 in Memphis City Council community grant funds to nonprofit agencies for fiscal year 23. All council districts submitted by the Budget Committee. Has been moved by Councilwoman Robinson. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Canale. So, yes, Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay, I'm looking at the total amount. What is the total amount we're looking at for this again?
The total amount that we're looking at, what we're approving right now.
What we're approving right now.
Would be the amount that's in the black, $2,099,867.
Okay, that's what we're only.
Yes.
Okay.
However, colleagues, the staff had reviewed these allocations and what had taken place, so if you see some highlighted in yellow.
Right.
Those highlighted in yellow, they either exceed the 30%, and staff went to individual council members asking for reductions to get it within compliance with what our guidelines are, and there was no agreement among those individual council members to make those reductions.
Okay.
Those are the highlighted items here.
Mr. Chair, could
Yes.
we have an amendment that approving this with the exception of yellow highlighted grantees with the caveat that those will be brought down to the appropriate level?
The only issue is that would bring some council members under 75% of what their initial application is.
I think that would give them a chance to add to other things at the same time. So that way, at least we're not going to continue. We won't give more than the percentage. And this is sort of a fluid document. So I think we get it moving and then we let people continue to move with it.
Okay, Mr. Canale.
it needs to be revised. It's not correct for what I allocated. So I don't want to vote on something that.
So
75% of mine's wrong.
75% of yours
is wrong. The numbers are wrong, or organizations. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you have your initial.
I do have them.
Okay.
If you just give me a chance to get with staff and make the corrections so that the proper numbers are next to the proper organizations.
Okay.
Thanks,
so, what we'll do, we'll come back and look at yours, but do you think yours would affect
the totals? No.
Okay.
I don't want to vote on anything that I didn't.
Gotcha. Okay. So what we'll do, colleagues, we will vote on the amended, which Dr. Warren made, being that we allocate all those with the exception of those highlighted in yellow. However, when we bring it downstairs this afternoon, we'll have a corrected spreadsheet with those total amounts.
Okay.
Councilwoman Johnson? All minds clear?
All minds clear.
Okay. May all those in favor of this amended resolution to approve the $3,250,000 for the council grant program, please signify by saying we're approving the total amount. Yeah, well, it's still going to be the total amount as far as the grant program, 3.2.5. Well, 3.25. But what we'll bring downstairs will be the individual allocations.
Okay.
Okay.
I got it.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item carries. The next item is a resolution. Councilwoman Easton Thomas. Oh, okay, here it is. The next is a resolution to appropriate $3 million in ARPA funding to designate Promise CDC as project manager and fiscal agent to address food desert in North Memphis area. This is District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Easton Thomas. Councilwoman Easton Thomas, good morning, welcome, and you are recognized.
Okay, mine need to come up next.
Councilwoman Easton Thomas.
Hey, Chair, can
Okay. Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, good. Good morning. I'd like to represent this portion of the resolution. If you all remember, sometime last year, when we were receiving ARPA funds, we all agreed that food deserts in Memphis needed to be eradicated to the best of our ability as a council. And so you all put faith in a project to get started on doing that in the North Memphis area. A CDC, a nonprofit, minority-led CDC, has been identified to lead and do this work, and that's Promise Development. They've done work all over the city with housing in North and South Memphis, but I thought it was important to seek out a CDC that was minority-led and nonprofit in order to push forth this work. I'm excited to say that we are getting closer and closer to obtaining the land and also finishing the architectural drawings of the plan with Self-Tucker Architects. And this resolution is to officially designate Promise as the developer and the acquirer, so that when the environmental phase 2 comes back, which should be sometime next week, everything will be in place so that Shirley Ford and Doug McGowan's office can create a project number, and so that invoices can go more smoothly in paying for the items. So this resolution is just so that we're not waiting to do this after the land acquisition deal goes through, so that everything is already in place. I do anticipate questions from you all, from my colleagues, as with anything. But I just want to reiterate that I just want to thank you all for initially supporting this project so that we're able to actually do some work for the community that's going to be long-standing past any of our terms or legacies.
Thank you, Councilwoman East Thomas. We have a question from Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. I'm a little confused about what the $3 million is going to do. It looks like it's designating Promise CDC as a project manager, but I'm not sure what $3 million does to designate someone as a project manager. Where is this money going, and how is it going to be spent, and how do those two things relate?
Great question, Councilman Warren. So we already allocated the $3 million. The $3 million is dedicated to the North Memphis Grocery Project. This resolution is saying Promise is the actual project manager, developer, and fiscal agent, meaning that the monies that we need to be spent for this project will be in accordance through the city administration office, because that's how we get ARPA funds out, and with Promise. So far, our totals are 1.1 million, which include when the environmental phase study comes back, which includes the acquiring of the land, demolition, architectural deposit, as well as our strategy plan consultancy. So I would also like to reiterate, this $3 million will not get us a grocery store, but it is a great foundation. We have multiple individuals in the team. One of them is helping with the financial stacking of the project, which right now total is $15 million. And so this is, the great start that we need, but this resolution doesn't mean all the money is getting spent today. It just puts it in place so that when invoices are sent from Promise to Chief McGowan's office, it can be done in a smooth way after it's been allocated a project number, so that it doesn't have to keep going back and forth as resolutions. Also, since it will have a project number, it will always be transparent and open to members of the council as well as members of the public as to how the project is going with the $3 million.
Thank you. I was hoping maybe we could have some presentation of this from the administration about how this works at executive committee, or like as we vote. Is it urgent that this is same night minutes, or will we have enough time?
No. And the reason I say that is because we are ending our, we had to put an extension on the 90-day contractual period from when we put in a letter of intent with the land. And we had to extend it out 30 more days to allow time for the Phase 2 environmental study to come back. So as I said earlier, the Phase 2 environmental study should be back next week or the week after that, meaning that once that's back and we're able to buy the land, instead of coming back to council to do all this all over again, it'll already be in place. But if Chief McGowan is there, I don't know if he's there or not, he can probably answer any questions about how that works from the administrative side. But as far as when we had our last meeting,
he is not here, Councilwoman. That's why I was wondering if we could get some more information on it, because we can't ask him right now. I think he's working on another issue. I'm going to back this, obviously, because you know what's going on with it. But I was hoping if we don't have to have same night minutes, or we could get a more explanation, because there's not really much of it that we can see here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Colleagues, are there any other colleagues that want to be recognized on this item? Councilman Smiley.
I really would like to know, I guess, more information about Promise CDC. I don't know who they are. I've never seen them, never laid eyes on them, or how long the entity's been in existence. So I would love for them to come and make a presentation before this body, or at least tell us who they are.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. They weren't available today, but I still wanted to make sure I got this resolution presented to you all. I can surely send an email of our project progress thus far to the council. We just recently had a meeting with city administration last week, and I can do that to send that to council if you all want to give you all more information on what we have thus far, which is everything I said out loud, but I can definitely do that.
Mr. Smiley.
So I'm going to support this project. I think when we look across our county and our state, there's a serious number of communities. I think over 1 million people in this state live in food deserts. So we need to do what we can to address those concerns. So, and I think I would second. I think it was the sentiments of Councilwoman Johnson. Or no, I think it was Dr. Warren who said no same night minutes. And I would hope before we vote on this project in council that Promise CDC will at least come say hey to this body. That's all from me. Thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you for fighting for the people of Memphis.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Councilman Carlisle.
My God. Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, I'm very supportive of this project, have been since day one. I understand the concerns of timing. So just to try and maybe give some, just make sure everyone's clear on the timing. So we're under contract. I guess Promise has asked for an extension of 90 days. They're doing a phase 2 environmental study, and you expect the results back in the next week?
Yes. That's what we're using Tioga, and that's what we got from them.
Yeah, and then so when is closing set for after assuming the results of the phase 2 don't require any further action, when do you expect the closing to occur?
First week of August.
Okay. So there is, so would you be, Councilwoman, would you be amenable to having it sent downstairs today to be voted on, and then have it ratified in the minutes in 2 weeks? That way, in case there is some significant issue or somebody has a significant problem, that they feel like that they can weigh in on that, but it at least gives some assurity to Promise and to the seller that the ball is rolling to get it funded?
So after we have Darrell Cobbins working on our acquisition, in our meeting yesterday, within that 2 weeks, I don't want to, and of course I'm not the real estate expert here, but I just don't want to delay anything. I also just text Promise. They said that they can come at executive. So if they're able to come to executive, would this be able to be heard in executive with same 9 minutes? We talked a lot about earlier, rates change, people's minds change, a lot of things change. I don't want this to have a delay for the land acquisition, because as you all know, whether your developer is up there or not, you got to have land to actually put something on. So
yeah,
we don't want to lose it.
I'm seeing a lot of head nods for Promise coming in executive. I think, again, the temperament in the room is everybody wants to support this. It seems to be some level of wanting some due diligence on the project manager is what I'm picking up down this way. So I think everybody's amenable to that. I'll yield the floor, Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. My concern is executive starts at 3 o'clock. We already have 2 major issues we're going to have to address. There's an impossibility to cover all of this by 3:30. So I don't know if that's a reasonable request to place it in executive again.
You can always have it heard in the main meeting too.
Okay, that may be a possibility, but I sure don't want to add it to executive because we already have two topics that need to be addressed that's going to be somewhat timely. So
Okay,
I want to make that, everybody aware of that.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you indicated they would be here for executive. Would they be here for full council as well?
They can be. They said
Okay.
they would make it work,
Yes.
so that the council can be amenable to what we're trying to do.
I think that if they would be, if they could be here for executive, but knowing that time permitting, it may push us into our regular council meeting, I think that would address the concerns raised by Councilman Smiley, indicating he wanted to know more information about the organization and then some of the other concerns of our other colleagues.
Okay, understood. They just couldn't be here on this morning.
Okay, so what we'll do, we'll just hold this item until executive. I won't ask for a vote on this item right now. We'll just hear it in executive once we've heard from it. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay. All hearts and minds clear? Okay, is there any other business to come before the Budget Committee? Councilwoman Robinson.
Yes, I have an additional resolution, and I'd just like to present it to the council. And it doesn't have to be for same night minutes, but it's basically in line with what we just talked about, extending the opportunity for organizations that did not apply. The volunteer Memphis did apply. They sent me the information. The person who would normally handle this had moved to a new job. They didn't know they had to apply online, but I do have a copy of it. They sent it to me a week and a half before our deadline, and I'd like to contribute the $25,000 to volunteer Memphis. Their information is online now. It was originally submitted, but they did not fill the application process that we use properly. So I ask that you support me and the funds that I'd like to share, the $25,000 to volunteer Memphis.
Okay, motion, motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion on this item? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the ayes carry that item.
Thank you.
Is there any other business to come before the Budget Committee? Seeing none, this committee meeting is adjourned. We are planning and zoning.
That's still pretty good, 20 minutes.
Not with a long list coming. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
It is approximately Okay, again, good morning. It's Tuesday, July 12th. At approximately 10:55, I call the Planning and Zoning Committee to order. Today we have originally 11 items, but it's been reduced to 10. Item number 2 has been withdrawn. We will start with the first item. It's an MJR 22-23, an appeal to overturn the decision of the Land Use Control Board at 4310 Tullahoma Road, District 3, Super District 8. Planning and Zoning, would you please make your presentation? Back 1 second. Roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilman Canali. Here. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Morgan. Here. Chair.
Present. You may start planning and zoning. Thank you, Brett. Give your name and address, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeffrey Penzis, Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main Street. So this request is, they want to overturn a decision of the Land Use Control Board, which approved site plan review for 2 warehouses within the Range Road planned urban development. The subject property is located in the Oak Haven neighborhood and is indicated by the red stars on this map. This is the conceptual rendering that shows the site plan. You can see the 1 warehouse on the southeastern corner. And you can also see that there's a right turn only onto Rains Road to discourage traffic from Old Tullahoma. This is just a site plan. You can see they have some buffers here between, there's residential over here, and then there's also a buffer here. There's residential on this side as well. This is just showing the landscape plan that has been proposed. This is just a close-up of that Rains Road right turn only detail. So you can see here there's a concrete barrier that would prevent them from making a left-hand turn. So essentially, that a warehouse as a principal use at the subject sites are permitted by right in accordance with the Rains Road planned urban development outline plan conditions. And that PD was originally from 1989. So the use has been allowed there for a little over 30 years, and this was merely a site plan review. And with that, our office recommended approval with site plan, the approval of the site plan with conditions, and the Land Use Control Board did likewise. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any questions? Yes.
So this is a appeal post decision, but did it say that this was approved by?
Yes, so the appellants wanted this body to reject it. It was approved by the Land Use Control Board. The appellants are people from the neighborhood. They're not the developer.
Oh, okay, so yeah.
Right, where's the opposition? Okay, opposition exists?
Yes, opposition exists. I'm Lorraine.
Okay, do we want to get into that
Microphone.
today at this? Okay, hold up. I'm thinking we want to talk to him later today, if that's possible. Right, we're going to postpone that to later, but I just wanted to make the council aware there was opposition in regards to this case. He is the appellant.
He is one of the 2 appellants. The Tullahoma neighborhood or corridor neighborhood watch is one of them, and Mr. Orain Corner Sr. is the other appellant.
Should we? Okay, we can recognize you have 2 minutes to present your case, please.
Yes, I am the owner of a property that is located midway on a road known as 4510 Tullahoma. Work has already begun on the development of that area. I began that in 2016. $750,000 has already been spent to develop that property. The installation of the culvert, which was damaged when we acquired the property, the engineering survey. Unfortunately, the city and the state objected to the environmental issues and was able to convince the state to drop their claim, but the city has hung in there. The matter is pending before Chancellor Jenkins. There is a motion set for September. COVID has pushed the delay. Now, my problem is not that they want to build 2 more
warehouses,
buildings, logistics buildings, but that the ROW that was set aside for the replacement of Tullahoma Road, there is a section of Tullahoma Road that is considered to be rather dangerous, many accidents. And I do believe that former Councilwoman had gone ahead and moved to get set aside the ROW. That was done at a time when the IRS was building their center over on Holmes Road near Getwell, and FedEx at the same time was building this massive hangar for the Airbus 380. And the plan was to go ahead and to relocate Swinney Road to accommodate the FedEx and to widen and make safer Tullahoma Road. Well, the IRS built its center. Swinney Road was moved, but Tullahoma was never acted on. The City Council went ahead and set aside, with the force of Ms. Fullilove behind it, the ROW to simply move the existing Tullahoma a few feet to the east. That is what this company has now come along and gotten the Land Use Control Board to go ahead and to use, because it was not funded by the executive office. My thinking, and I'm from a little backward country, I suppose, but my thinking is to go ahead and to allow the administration, the executive, to just simply go ahead and not fund and then turn around and commandeer or take or use for other purposes or just plain cancel its dictates, I think is wrong.
Okay, excuse me, thank you. Give your name and address again. I know you said on Raines Road. What was your name again?
Orain, that's O''R''A''N'.
And your address?
Middle initial M, and the last name is C-O-R-N-I-S-H, Senior.
Okay.
And you wanted the address?
Yes.
3767 New Getwell Road.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, colleagues, do I have any questions? Councilwoman Robertson, you're recognized.
Thank you. This is actually in my district. We do know, and the council knows, that we have problems with those streets in that area, and especially Tullahoma Road. My concern is the community will be here this evening to share. They don't want any more warehousing, any more buildings like that in the area, but it has already been zoned for that. And that's a part of our plan for our community. My biggest concern is that we address the traffic needs, the streets in that area, so that those citizens will have quality and safe passageway. The Land Use Control Board has, I didn't understand why it was on the agenda in the first place, because I thought only those things came to this council, that we were to change the way that it is to be allocated. But most of the land over there is allocated for commercial. We have asked for buffers, and they have done so. I've asked for some additional items, and I hope that we get those as well, so that this new company would support the community in a fashion that this is a community adventure and not just a business venture.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes, Councilman Jones?
There was a reference to
to reroute Tullahoma?
I believe city engineering has stated that is not in the capital improvement plan at this time.
Okay, so how does that affect what would be the proposal of the applicant? And because it appears, what was presented there appears that that's part of the consideration for this, is it not?
So the existing right-of-way, you can see this is new Tullahoma. The city actually owned in this part of it, which abuts their site to get access. It would still be public right-of-way, though.
Gotcha, okay.
What would be the entrance and exit for those trucks coming in and out of that facility?
Well, the exit is the right turn only.
Okay, so everyone would come in on Rains and come back out on Rains and make a turnaround and come back out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they will not be on any other street other than Rains?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You can see this was the right turn out detail that forces them to take a right.
Was there any penalty included in the event that they choose not to stay going back on Rains and go out on Tullahoma, come in on Tullahoma? Is there a penalty in this agreement in regards to the usage of any other street?
There is no penalty within the outline plan conditions.
Mr. Josh Whitehead, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm well.
Name and address,
Madam
please.
Chair, members of the committee, Josh Whitehead, Birchport, Johnson, 130 North Court. We could very easily put a condition in here that prohibits truck traffic going to the west, but as I think this body is well aware, the appetite for the court that would hear that case may be less inclined to fine the $50 a day than the traffic court. Tullahoma currently is marked for no trucks. So the police officers can write a ticket and produce a much more aggressive fee than the $50 a day. And the city traffic court would be much more willing to fine that.
Would you be interested in putting up a sign to remind the truck drivers they are not to enter onto Tullahoma whatsoever? Not only would it be applicable for them, but I know the other truck lines should not be using it as well. So it would be beneficial to all of them.
Yes,
I have one comment, Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Yes, I'm just wondering, this seems like a recurring problem with Tullahoma, that we haven't got it widened and we don't have what we need there. Is there a way, like when people put in sewers, that you have the developer pay for the sewers going in initially? Can we have people who are putting in planned developments be responsible for helping us widen Tullahoma? How do we work that into future budget proposals so we can get money and get that done?
Yes, sir. And the policy of the city is generally the developer improves the adjacent section of the roadway that he or she fronts. And that is indeed our proposal. We're going to improve New Tullahoma for the sections that we front. And as properties develop to the north and south, they will do the same. The city, though, requires two segments to the north at the corner of Christine and Chulahoma, and to the south of Mr. Cornish's property, where there does need to be right-of-way acquired by the city. So even if all these pieces are developed by developers, the city will have to fill in a few pieces, particularly widening the section from north of Shelby for about 1,000 feet through that residential section.
And is that part of the project now?
No. I'm sorry.
As Mr. Penza stated, while this project was on the CIP budget at one point, and the sellers, I represent the buyers here, the sellers put $200,000 of funds into the design. The roadway has already been designed by the city engineering division, and that dates to 95, 96. But other priorities have come up since that time, and I'm afraid this project has gone off the CIP list, but that's not to say it can go back on the list, and maybe at a certain time it'll be a lower cost for the city because more of the pieces adjacent to the roadway will have been developed.
It just seems like it's a catch-22 we keep hearing about that we need to figure out how to fix. Thank you.
Thank you. Brett, will you again show on the screen what part of the Tullahoma this developer is actually going to develop? They
Yes.
are developing from their terrains. Okay.
It's from this cul-de-sac here to the north terrains is what they're going to be improving as part of this project.
Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, I have a motion to move this item. Moved by Canale, second by Jones. Can we get a vote? All in favor? We just respond by saying aye. Respond, aye. Anyone in opposition?
We're moving it down as a rejection? Is that how
No,
it
in favor. I said in favor.
Oh, Mr. Zanin, no. And I means that we
Since this is an appeal,
overturn it.
why don't
Yeah.
you move it down
Let's
without a
move it down
recommendation?
without a recommendation.
Okay. Correction? Who's? Should I? Okay, sir. Briefly. Okay.
Call it cul-de-sac. I prefer to call it a dead end. It dead ends on my property. It dead ends on my property. You can see the perforated lines that they extend down. That incorporates my line. Now, what I did was I allowed the city to go ahead and to do its planning, and you can see it inside there. We have spent, and to dead end into our property destroys the plans for that location.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that insight. Again, let's start over in regards to a motion to just move it down without a recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Let's move to item number 3. SUB 22-08, 2966 Kirby Road in Prince Road, District 2, Super District 9. Can I get someone to move that, please?
Second.
Move and second, moved by Smiley, second by Warren. How you doing? Please give your name and your address, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Teresa Shelton. I'm with the Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main Street. We have before you case SUP 22008, special use permit for New Glide Express Car Wash located at 2966 Kirby Road. Okay, on the zoning map, it just shows where the car wash will be, and it's right on the corner of, right there at Kirby Road, near Quince. Here's a conceptual site plan showing how the car wash will be set up. This is the actual view of the subject property to the west, and a view of the property from Kirby Road looking north. Okay, here's a view of the property, the proposed site looking northwest. It does show that it is consistent with the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. In conclusion, the applicant is just seeking a special use, was seeking a special use permit, so now they're seeking approval from council to have this glide car wash. These are the conditions here that are listed. If you have any questions for me, I'm here. Excuse me, I'm a little congested, so I apologize.
Okay. Are there any questions from the council? Seeing none, then, vote.
Well, Ms. Reeves is here, I don't know.
Beg your pardon?
I said Ms. Reeves is here, I don't know if she wanted to speak on behalf of the applicant.
No, sir, I'm here if you have any questions. Cindy,
Okay.
Star Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor of item number 3? Aye. Respond by aye. Any opposition? Hearing none in favor. Receive a favorable recommendation. Item number 4, SUB 22-22, 688 Avon, District 5, Super District 9. Can I have a motion to move that item? Moved by Ford, second by Warren.
Good afternoon. This is this request is using the property located at 688 Avon Road for a child care center in the single-family residential 6 zoning district. Avon Road's just north of Summer Avenue. Here's an aerial of the site. It's directly north of a shopping center. The zoning's a mixture between the CMU3 that's to the south and the R6 that's to the north and east. So the land uses around it are, sort of spattering of single family and commercial. Here are some site photos. So in conclusion, the applicant is seeking to receive a special use permit to operate this within a residential single-family district. So the subject property was previously a single-family home and was remodeled into a child care center by a different owner around 2013. That was done in, non-conformity with the zoning code. So when the property was vacant and somebody else purchased it to open a daycare center again, we ended up catching it on the back end and said, hey, you need to apply for a variance, which was granted in April, and then you also have to file for a special use permit to move into conformity with the zoning code, which they've done. Staff feels that the commercial uses to the west and south sort of make a child care center here sort of a buffer between the commercial uses to the south and the single-family residential that you'll find to the north and east. And so as a result, we're recommending approval, and this was sent up to you guys on the consent agenda at Land Use Control Board a couple months ago. That concludes my presentation.
Are there any questions from any of the council members? Saying no, I have one. Were there any opposition to this case?
There was not.
No opposition. Okay. Okay. All in favor, respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That receives a favorable recommendation. Item number 5, PUD PD 22-01, 3903 Flaxwood Lane, District 7, Super District 8. Please give your name and address. Planning and zoning, please.
Brett Davis with the Division of Planning and Development. This is case PD 22-1, the Memphis Blues Planned Development. District 7, Super District 8. The owner and applicant is UMH Properties, represented by Mr. Brannon. The request is a special use permit for a planned residential development. The area is 56 acres, and the site is split zone between manufactured home park and residential single-family 6. So this is up in the northern reaches of Fraser on the east side of Thomas. Here is a vicinity map showing everybody that received notice of this request. A satellite photo with the zoning showing the split zoning of the site. So this site has been partially developed. The portion that is zoned for manufactured housing park has been developed as a manufactured housing park, and the remainder, which is zoned for single family, is sought by the same operator for an extension of that park. Here's a land use map. So this is unincorporated Shelby County across the street. It's mostly undeveloped. And on the Memphis side of things, we've got a mix of some industrial uses to the southeast, a church to the southwest, and single-family housing in the near vicinity. Here are some photographs of the site. There is a portion of the site zoned manufactured housing that has been developed and a portion that is under development. This is that portion under development. Some existing amenities on site, and this is what the existing development currently looks like. The proposed development would look very similar. So here is the proposed development on the west side of that bold line. And in color, again, the yellow would be new. These two sections over here are existing, and this part is under development. A fencing plan, some cross sections. So in conclusion, the subject land contains two existing phases, a phase under construction and a proposed phase that has not yet received municipal approval. The land is split zoned, and going down to the fourth point, why are we here? The single-family zoning district does allow manufactured homes, although not manufactured home parks by right. The reduction of minimum lot size from 6,000 to 4,000 square feet, as well as the overall character and compatibility of the development, are therefore your primary considerations today, not the housing type per se. And we have also recommended assenting to certain other special requests, including an exemption, from streetscaping along Thomas, and the provision of only one access point for the entire development, whereas the UDC may require at least 3. And we are recommending approval. Thank you. As did the Land Use Control Board.
Council member, do y'all have any questions?
So moved.
Boo, can I second? By Ford? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, that receives a favorable recommendation. Item number 6. Item number 6.
I didn't get to say a word.
Right. PD 2204, 6580 through 6584 Poplar Avenue, District 2, Super District 9. Name and address, please, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Brett Davis, Division of Planning and Development. This is another plan development request. This is an amendment to an existing plan development to allow a hotel. This is in East Memphis. It's the Poplar Oaks plan development. Baywood Hotels, Nimesh Patel of Baywood Hotels is the applicant, represented by Ms. Reeves. The area is 2 acres. The underlying zoning is residential urban 3. But again, it's in an existing PD. This pink dot shows the parcel's location in East Memphis, just north of Poplar Avenue. And here is that plan development adopted by this body in 1979, which supersedes the underlying residential zoning. It created 3 lots, only one of which actually has frontage on Poplar. This first lot has been developed as an office, which is what the PD allowed. And this third lot was developed as high-rise housing for the elderly, which is what the PD called for there. The middle lot is still wooded. This original PD called for that lot to also be developed as high-rise housing for the elderly. And the operator of the existing tower still owns that land, no longer finds that use feasible, and is seeking to sell it. Here is a satellite photo showing the wooded land, the apartment to the north, office to the south. There is an apartment complex to the east, and to the west in green is the Jewish Community Center. All right, here is a photo of the existing woods, the access road that connects the 3 parcels and would grant access off Poplar to this hotel. Here's that office building, the rear of the office building that fronts Poplar, and there is the age-restricted apartment building. Here's the site plan. So the hotel would be built as proposed on the south side of the parcel with parking to the north. In conclusion, Mr. Patel has requested an amendment to the Poplar Oaks plan development to permit a hotel at this parcel, which is currently zoned for high-rise housing for the elderly. Staff does find that this development would not have a negative impact on the vicinity, and we have recommended approval, as did the Land Use Control Board, without opposition. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that information. Councilman Canali, you're recognized. Nothing on.
Is it on? Okay. Hey, we get back to the aerial view.
Yes, sir.
Where is Plow Tower?
It is this tower right here to the north.
Okay. All right, that's my only question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions from the council? Seeing none, let's vote on this matter. All in favor on item number 6?
Yes.
And aye if you are supportive. And anyone in opposition? Hearing none, that receives a favorable recommendation. Okay, item number 7, PD 2207, 6685 Shelby Drive, District 3, Super District 8. Name and address, please.
Good morning again. Teresa Shelton with the Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main Street. I have before you case PD 22-07. Century Car Wash is the applicant. They're asking to amend the Ross Creek Plan development to allow car wash establishment. Here's a zoning map locating where it will be placed. And it's right on the corner of Ross Road and East Shelby Drive. Here's an actual view of the subject property. Looking north, and here's a view of the property looking west. Here's a view of the subject property looking to the northeast from Ross Road. This is a view of an alleyway that's behind the property. As you can see, there are residential properties located in the back. Sorry about that. In the back there. Here's a site plan showing what the proposed car wash is going to look like. And the landscaping plan, and we've gotten an updated landscape plan on this. I'm just gonna go to my conditions. This is what the car wash is actually gonna look like. Just kind of give you an idea. And I'm gonna go ahead and go to these conditions here. The only thing that I required, and I did recommend rejection at the Land Use Control Board, however, the board did approve it. My only thing was that they increased the buffer along the backside from Ross, where you saw that little alleyway, that they increased the buffer to kind of cut down on the noise for the neighbors that are behind them. So that was my only objection, and they did improve, do an approval site plan to do that and make it happen, so I was okay with that. If you have any questions for me, I'm here.
Council, do I have any questions? Councilwoman Robertson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I do not have any questions. For car wash and
Any other questions? I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You noted that you were rejected it, were in opposition to it at county.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
You noted that you were in opposition to it with the county land
I
control.
rejected it because of the buffer. I had a lot of calls from the neighbors in that neighborhood behind that were concerned about the noise at the car wash. So I rejected it because they didn't have enough buffer. So when we were at the Land Use Control Board meeting, they agreed that they could increase the buffer, and Land Use Control Board approved it. So what they did, which is what I sent you to show where they're increasing the buffer behind where the glide will be.
Okay. How many people objected? Do you have a total? Or?
No, I mean, basically, I just got phone calls, you know, nobody ever actually sent me. I think I had one person maybe that sent me something, and that was Mr. Kearney. Let's see. But he only just wrote me a letter, but he did not show up. No one actually showed up that were in opposition. I think they may have settled, and I can't speak for the applicant, when they had their neighborhood meeting.
Okay.
And I was looking to see if the applicant was here.
Did they have you said they had a neighborhood meeting, so you don't know who
They did
showed?
have a neighborhood meeting. I can look back in the staff report, because I did put it in there.
How many notices did you send out?
Ma'am?
How many notices did you send out in regards to the meeting?
It was 632.
Mhm. Okay, maybe the applicant will show up this evening. Do we want to? Yes, Councilman Warren.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we all understand that the district member of this particular district doesn't feel like this should go forward. Thank you.
Got that? All right. At this time then, the question is, do we want to send this down with a recommendation, or do we want to wait and listen to the applicant this afternoon? Any choice? Being chair, I can make the decision, can I? Being chair, we're going to send it down without a recommendation until we hear from the applicant. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next item, PD 2209, 1914 Poplar Avenue, District 5, Super District 9. Name and address, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Aisha Penzis with the Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main Street. This request is for a new residential plan development to convert an existing independent living use to multifamily apartments with optional ground floor commercial.
Oh, okay.
This structure is at 1914 Poplar Avenue. It's in Midtown. This aerial shows it to be at the southwest corner of Overton Park. Here we have an existing zoning map. This site itself is split in 3 different zoning districts: residential single family, residential urban 3, and commercial mixed use 3. Additionally, it's under Midtown and Evergreen Historic District overlays. Land use within the vicinity is mainly single family and multifamily residential, but there are also commercial uses in the close proximity. These are the street views that show the existing 10-story structure and the parking lot of the site. This site plan shows the existing multi-story building to be renovated to have 126 units, and proposed reconfiguration of the parking lot with 123 parking spaces and additional bike parking, a new pool at the northwest corner of the site, and new landscaping in the parking lot and around the site. There's a detailed landscape plan shows the landscaping along Poplar Avenue and Buena Vista Place and around the proposed pool, as well as the parking lot. Proposed multifamily use is permitted by right at this existing zoning. The applicant is proposing to renovate the existing multi-story structure and the surface parking to maximize the efficient use of the property. And proposal is found consistent with the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. And all exterior alterations, including but not limited to driveway, fences, walls, and building alterations, are further subject to Memphis Landmarks Commission review and approval. In conclusion, staff recommended approval with outline plan conditions, and LUCB recommended approval with the same outline plan conditions on May 12th. And this concludes my staff presentation.
Thank you. Council, Councilman Warren, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The developers actually had a number of meetings with the neighborhood and had agreed to do a number of things. One, they had initially looked at a 4-story parking garage, and they're able to come up with a parking solution without that, which was very much appreciated by the neighborhood. They've also agreed to try to assist us with speed bumps going down the street that would make people who are parking on that street less likely to speed down the street. Some of this project is going to require some parking on a residential street. So this is a little bit more like what you'd expect to see in a large city. They'll have parking within their facility, and they'll also have about 14 parking spaces that will be designated for them on a residential street, actually right in front of my house. So it's a good use of street parking, and I think it makes sense to make it move forward. Initial hesitancy from most of the residents, I think, is gone, and people are looking forward to this actually going forward. And I really appreciate the developers thinking about how they're going to try to make that the sidewalk that is right next to Poplar safer with plantings and things along that line and moving it back. So they've agreed to do with that. The only thing they haven't done is they've got a really bright light that still shines into everyone's windows that they haven't done anything about yet. So I've been thinking about a BB gun, but I think they're going to fix it. So I would recommend that we move forward with this. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes. Councilman Morgan, you recognize.
Neighborhood when it comes to development and land use cases, but it's been all quiet on the Midtown front, so to speak. And I think a lot of that is a credit to the development team in coming in and trying to work with the neighborhood and allay a lot of fears and to meet with anybody that really had concerns. So I appreciate both the investment that y'all have made in terms of finances in this area, as well as the time with the community to work out the problems before bringing it to us, before the council and land use control board. So thank you for the time and effort that's been put into this.
Seeing no one else with any questions, can I get a motion to move it? Second it? Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition, say nay. Hearing none, that will receive a favorable recommendation. Okay, item number 9, PD 21-11, Kirby Gate Boulevard, District 2, Super District 9. Name and address, sir, again.
All right, this is Brett Davis again with the Division of Planning and Development, another plan development case, another amendment. So amendments, again, go through the exact same process as a new plan development, but they're changing something that was previously approved through the same process, generally a use. In this case, the use being changed is from office to commercial. The requested use is a drive-through standalone donut shop. The PD amendment would not specifically tie it to that specific use. It's a commercial rezoning more generally. This is the Kirby Gate Business Campus Plan Development on the west side of Kirby Road, north of Kirby Gate, owned by Wills & Wills, who I believe was the owner at the time of the original plan development. The applicant today is Kirby Donuts Holdings, represented by Mr. Baker. The area is just under 1 acre. And this, again, is a location map showing the Kirby Trace neighborhood. Here's a satellite photo with zoning and a land use map. So there is a fair amount of commercial to the south of this site, which is all within planned developments. So this land here, which is currently zoned for office, excuse me, does stand at the end of a strip of commercial along Kirby Road. The pink to its north is office, and the brown is institutional multifamily. And of course, across Kirby Road, we have yellow signifying single-family residential. So this would represent a further extension of commercial zoning to the north up against the existing office buildings. Here's a view of the land and a view south down Kirby. So the single-family neighborhood across the way is behind a wall. Here's the one-story office building to the north, as well as an adjacent medical clinic under construction. You can't see it great in this photo, but there is construction going on next door. I'll also point out a AutoZone shop to the left in this photo of the new construction and a dollar store to the right. So we've got auto parts and Dollar Zone. Both of those were approved as plan development amendments within the last decade by the City Council. Here is the existing outline plan. So Area C here allows for commercial uses. And so what this amendment would do is extend it like so to accommodate the requested donut shop. And the remainder of this Area B would still be limited to office or medical uses. So that's the change. Here's a conceptual site plan. Here's the clinic under construction, the proposed drive-through donut shop. We've got land earmarked for future development over here. And here's a zoom in on the proposed donut shop with some landscaping details. So in conclusion, Wills & Wills has requested an amendment to allow a freestanding drive-through donut shop. The land is currently zoned for office uses. This would be done by altering the boundaries within the PD of different areas. And staff does find that the development proposal is consistent with its context and would not cause undue detriment to its vicinity. There was no opposition present at the Land Use Control Board meeting, and the Land Use Control Board also recommended approval. And that concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the information. Councilman Corbett, would you like to comment?
Yes, I would. Thank you. But go ahead and get your name and address for the record. I have some questions for you.
It's 38125.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Baker, first off, I'm going to kind of tongue in cheek. Thank Mr. Wills for putting a donut shop 5 minutes from my house and 2 minutes from my church. So I want to thank you for that. First things first, what are the hours of operations and are they limited in the development?
They are limited in the PD. I forget the exact hours, but I could pull that up.
Okay. Do you happen?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it's not a 24-hour. It is opening 5:30 or 6 in the morning. No baking or making of the donuts is on site, so there won't be any workers overnight there. And we're closing at between 9 and 10. I think 9 is what's stipulated in the conditions.
All right. I could probably live with 5:30 a.m. to 9 p.m., but if we can verify that, if we need a friendly amendment, let's roll with that. Because of the neighbors, when you say you're going to deliver donuts, just out of curiosity, I mean, is that like a van? I mean, special refrigerated truck? I mean, how does that work?
That is correct, yes. It's the amount of product is not enough, to warrant a tractor trailer or something like that. Plus, it has to be kept warm and so forth. So, yes, it would be a smaller delivery vehicle.
Okay. Because the reason I say that is there's no way really to codify a sound ordinance. I mean, there are sound ordinances, but like backup beeping and all that at 5:30 in the morning, these neighbors, they're not going to be very happy. So I don't know how to codify that, but you might look into between now and 3:30, the delivery time of 5:30 in the morning, 5 o'clock. How is that going to happen? And just make sure it's as little noise, backup beeps, anything as possible. Colleagues, I can support this, but I would like to share a thought. Elected officials hate to say that they have any regrets or made any mistakes, but I do have one thing, and that is the Dollar Tree that is in Kirby Gate. They have not been a particularly good neighbor in terms of the trash and the cutting the grass. I've had to actually get on AutoZone, which I couldn't believe I did because that's your 4,000th store. But I think, Mr. Baker, let's be very clear about this development area, that your client needs to know to cut the grass, make sure there is no trash. These neighbors have had to put up a little too much, in my opinion, and therefore I drive by there now once a week. Fair enough?
Yes, sir, and we have stipulated in the development agreement sales contract with this that if the grass is not taken care of, upkeep, Mr. Wills can do that and charge back to them. So we put a safety measure in this as well as other development.
I would greatly appreciate that. I know it's a postage stamp of turf, but at the same time, it doesn't take much, and I've seen a whole bunch of trash and everything else accumulated, and I'm very sensitive to that particular development. All right, thank you. But outside of that, colleagues, I'm okay with it, but let's get a friendly amendment for 3:30 on timing, if we need one. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Wood or Wilhoff recommendation?
I move to recommend yes.
Okay.
I move for a favorable recommendation.
Can I get a second?
No, I'll amend it on the floor at 3:30. So approval as presented.
Okay, a second? Second by Canali. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, that will receive a favorable recommendation. Okay, item number 10. PD 22-15, Barge Drive and Current Lane, District 1, Super District 9. Name and address, please.
Good afternoon, Seth Thomas, the Memphis Shelby County Office of Planning and Development. So this is a PD amendment to PD 07342 CO. Part of the Houston Levee Trails Plan Development Third Amendment Area 3B, located on the south side of Barge Drive at the intersection of Barge Drive and Current Lane. So the request is a plan development amendment to allow flex storage space in area B3 of the Houston Levee Trails Plan Development. Here's the subject property, way out there, almost in unincorporated Shelby County. Here's the area, so site sort of in between apartments that are also part of this PD, and then sort of facing the back of some commercial properties that are on Houston Levee Road. And this is the only undeveloped part of the Houston Levee Trails plan development. So here's sort of a view of the site, sort of if you look past that truck, it's that empty space at the terminus of Current Lane. Here's the outline plan that the PD exists under. This area of the PD is kind of interesting. It's more or less majority a private drainage easement, and so really there's only a very small buildable front portion of this lot. Here's the concept plan. It's sort of proposed 11 office / storage spaces that sort of are right up at the front of the Barge Drive. And so in conclusion, the applicant is requesting an amendment to allow flex storage space. Although ancillary storage is allowed by right under the Office General District, which is what that particular part of the PD allows, staff felt that this request qualified as a more intense use with more focus on storage than office space, and as such, we moved this to a PD amendment as opposed to the major modification that it was originally filed under. This property has very few development opportunities due to its location on a private street facing the back of commercial businesses, and then with the large drainage easement that takes up the majority of the rear portion of the property. So in staff's opinion, this is really a good use for a space that's very difficult to utilize otherwise. And we recommend approval with revisions to the outline plan conditions, basically changing the uses permitted section of area B3 to service businesses, including contractor storage office with indoor storage of materials, inventory, and equipment, provided that a minimum of 20% of the building's floor area will be devoted to office space. This was approved on the consent agenda at Land Use Control Board, and nobody was in opposition. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Colleagues, do I have any who would like to speak on this matter? Not seeing any. One willing to, or desiring to speak. I need a motion to move it. A second. Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any in opposition? Speak. Not hearing any opposition, that will receive a favorable recommendation. Go down with a favorable recommendation. The last one is item number 11, Z 22-03, Cape Bond Road and Interstate 40, District 1, Super District 9. This is a first reading. This is an ordinance. You may begin, name and address.
Would you like a presentation today, or do you want to wait till the third reading?
I think was I informed that the state was here on this? The attorney for the state. Beg your pardon? Who is he representing? I'm not quite sure. This is an interesting situation. That's the only reason I'm questioning this particular case. Just briefly, tell us what the issue is here.
Yes, ma'am. Again, my name is Brett Davis with the Division of Planning and Development. This is a rezoning request. It's quirky because this land is within a planned development, which supersedes any underlying zoning. So this request is to change the underlying zoning of some land, and if approved, that would have absolutely no impact on local land use regulation of this site unless for some reason the PD were revoked, which is unlikely. So the purpose, and just some general information, this is between 2500 Cape Bond Road and I-40. The owner is TI Properties, represented by Mr. Poole. The underlying zoning is residential single-family 8. It's about 9 acres, and the requested zoning district is commercial mixed-use 2 in the Wolf Chase area, as shown on this map. Here is the PD outline plan, which splits the land into 2 areas. This was approved by the City Council in 2004 originally, and then amended by 2005 to allow 2 billboards. So the northern section, Area A, is in a developed multifamily land use. The southern section, Area B, which is the land that this request concerns, is zoned in the PD for commercial uses that has not been developed, and it also specifically allows 2 billboards, one which is over here by the multifamily, and one which is over here right along the I-40 frontage. So beyond those 2 billboards, no portion of this land has a final plan associated with it. Here is a zoning map and a land use map. So there is single family to the west and north with that multifamily. Directly to the north within the same PD on the other side of I-40 is big box commercial. Here is that land. Here is the IKEA across the interstate, but again, the subject land and one of the billboards, and the other of the billboards seen behind the existing apartment complex. So that's some background. Why are we here? The PD allows the billboards. Well, according to the applicant, the state does not recognize planned developments as a valid form of rezoning for the purpose of their licensure process for billboards. So according to the state, this land does not allow billboards, even though according to Memphis, it does. So the applicant is requesting a change to the underlying zoning to bring the state's interpretation of our land use law in line with what the City Council previously approved through the plan development process in 2005. So for the sake of consistency with the previous decision, we are recommending approval of the rezoning. Now, I will quickly point out the applicant has asked for CMU2, which actually is a district that does not allow billboards, but that was what they asked for. And again, it doesn't have any impact on our local standards. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Are there any questions from any council member? Seeing none, we will move. All in favor? I need it to be moved first.
I'll move it with the favorable recommendation.
Okay, second, moved and second. All in favor, respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, that will receive a favorable recommendation. Thank you. Unless some other business is brought before this committee, the Planning and Zoning Committee is hereby ended. Thank you for your participation.
Miley.
Absolutely. All right. Let's get started. First item.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Let's not forget the queen of North Memphis herself, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. So good that you're with us today. From the skies above. From the skies above. Absolutely. All right, let's go, y'all. Item number one, resolution appropriating funds in the amount of $590,000 for project number EN011112, traffic signal furniture, fixtures, and equipment, FY23. All council districts requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Robinson. Is there anyone here from the administration to speak on this item? The floor is yours, Director.
Yes, sir. Manny Belandon with the Division of Engineering. In FY23, the council allocated some funding for traffic signal repairs. Most of the funding that we're asking for appropriation today goes towards our emergency repairs for some of the traffic signals that are often hit throughout the year. And so what we're asking for is the $590,000 of FF&E to be able to have our in-house team to make those repairs.
It appears that there are no questions from my colleagues. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number two, resolution appropriating contract construction funds in the amount of $1,350,000 for project number EN011113, Speed Hump Installation Group 13, FY23. All council districts requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren. Seconded by Jones. Director.
Thank you again. So what we're asking for is an appropriation of $1.35 million. Again, council approved through our FY23 CIP for the installation of various speed humps. During our process, we've identified roughly 70 locations that are ready for construction. So what we're asking for is the appropriation of those funds to be able to start installing those locations for speed humps.
Okay, thank you. I already knew there was going to be a question about speed humps. Councilwoman Robinson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Will you please provide the council with how many speed humps we now have in our district so that we can see the distribution across the city? You don't have to have it today, but make sure that we get it.
Yes, ma'am. We can certainly provide that information.
Thank you.
Quick question for you. I know there was a significant backlog of speed hump requests. Where are we as it relates to addressing the speed humps requests?
So currently, as I mentioned during our budget presentation, we had roughly 65 that are currently waiting for funding for construction. And so that is what we're asking for today. In terms of the backlog that we have a pretty substantial amount of backlog, roughly around 300, 1,500. Yeah, roughly around 1,500, but those are in various different stages of the process. So some are actual requests, some are in design phases, and some are actually in study phase. So right now, what we're asking for is the construction funds.
Okay, quick question for you. Inquiring minds want to know how many are ready for construction?
So roughly 65 is ready for construction, and this 1.35 million will go towards those construction.
Okay. Well, thank you. It appears that all hearts and minds. Ooh, Councilwoman Jones, I am so sorry. The floor is yours. Hold on, let me get your mic on.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Quick question. You said 65 or 6,500? How many?
65 ready for construction.
Okay, what type of construction is it? Because we were told that those speed humps you were using, are you using the temporary ones? Or how much are they costing a piece? Because the temporary ones didn't cost that much.
So those are two different programs. So this ask is for the permanent speed humps. These are the rubberized speed humps that you often see now instead of the asphalt that we used to use. Now it's rubberized speed humps so that we can actually install those on a yearly, in the year round, not necessarily function of asphalt needs. The temporary speed hump program is a separate program, and that's more for like emergency interventions that are like MPD ask us for various, motorists that are not following.
Okay, what's the life expectancy on those speed humps? Because I'm beginning to see some of those wearing away.
Yes, ma'am. So we've gotten quite a bit of requests for those emergency interventions. So
Not the emergency ones, the ones that you're trying to get this $1,300,000 for. Those, I see the large black ones, I'm seeing those being, showing wear and tear on the streets. So what's the life expectancy of those?
So the constructability, so life expectancy for those are 10 years, 10 to 15 years. However, it depends on the volume and the type of vehicle that run over them. So we've had numerous times in the past where we install these rubberized speed humps and say a heavy trucks hit them. Based on the constructability of these speed humps, they're simply bolted down to the asphalt. And so occasionally we'll have loose bolts, and some of those rubberized pieces will come off and we'll have to reinstall them.
Okay, and what's the life expectancy of these temporary ones?
So we don't intend to keep those more than a year. So those are all temporaries, and once we see an effective use for them in the public, we'll remove those.
Okay. I just wonder if we're buying the best under the circumstances and using that money wisely, because those nice ones that you're purchasing or installing, they're wearing. I mean, I don't know if the trucks are hitting them or what, but you can see the wear and tear on them, and they won't be lasting 10 or 15 years. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, it's the P and the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 3, resolution to transfer, allocate, and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $500,000 on the construction project ST04049 to curb and gutter repairs at various locations. All council districts requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren. Second. Seconded by Jones. Director? There's a new director in front of us. Could you tell the folks who you are?
Yes, sir. Robert Konak, Public Works Director, 135 North Main. We spoke about this as our FY23 capital request. We have an annual allocation that we make to replace curb and gutter throughout the city. There's sometimes a confusion what program does what. This is a stormwater funded program, whereas paving is geo-funded projects. But the curb and gutter is a concrete section that runs parallel to the pavement section, and those sections are concrete. They fail over time. They break, need to be replaced. So this funds those. That's that program that we do every year.
All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 4. Okay. Item number 4, there's a discussion on TDOT cleanup of interstates and state rights of way in Memphis and Shelby County. All council districts requested by Councilman Canale. Councilman Canale, if you would like to chime in, I do want to ask Mr. Baker and Mr. Welch to come down, because after Councilman Canale will recognize you all, then you all come up. Up your mic.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll reserve my questions until after the discussion. But first, I want to thank you for being here today. We appreciate your time. So I'll let you all go ahead and begin, and then we'll open up to questions.
Good afternoon. Jason Baker, TDOT Region 4 Director.
Yeah, thank you for having us today. Mike Wells, Director of Operations for West Tennessee.
Okay. The floor is yours, gentlemen. Address, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
300 Benchmark Place, Jackson, Tennessee, 38301.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, we wanted to provide you guys with a
help fight the, the littering, increased level of service. That's statewide. When you look at the city of Memphis, currently we have about $1.5 million contract for mowing and litter, and we increased the litter portion of that by more than 50% just here the first of this month. So in the process of working with our contractors to up those litter cycles. I do have some handouts. Have they been circulated? Okay. Yeah, if you would like to look at those, we do have an attachment A and attachment B and I'll be quick here, but attachment A kind of shows where we're at currently, what level of service we're providing, how many litter pickups. That little block there is the cycles. 52 cycles would be, of course, a weekly pickup, every week of the year. 26 cycles would be every other week. And if you'll look at attachment B, that map shows us we've increased all the cycles to a minimum of 26, and then increased several areas to 52 to a weekly type cycle. So making a big effort there. Also in that increased funding, we were directed that we could purchase a sweeping truck, which we don't currently have a sweeping truck for West Tennessee. So we'll be spending several $100,000 to get a sweeping truck. Now that's a regional type purchase, so we'll be using it in a lot of places, but we'll have it in Shelby County and Memphis area a whole lot. Also, an update to share, we did finalize our agreement to share some or make it available for other parties to help clean up some of our interchanges around town. That agreement was started back in, back in the winter last year, and kind of, takes a while to make some circulations for commissioners to sign, the mayor to sign, things like that. So we're real proud of that and work through all the legal documents to make that accessible. So looking forward to some benefits there. And one more thing, seems like I'm taking up a lot of time here. We have started a new call center with TDOT. We kind of like to help get the word out on that. It's called TDOT Fix, and it's a dedicated group of people that work a call center, just like similar to what you have here in Memphis. And that number to reach that is 833 TDOT Fix. 833 TDOT Fix. So that's a call center. It's not 24/7, but it has normal operating, and then you can leave a message, and they're real detailed about getting with us, making sure everything's in our system and gets repaired or, potholes patched and things like that looked at relatively quickly, where we can be more responsive, and everybody has that information. So good things are happening.
There's a couple council members in the queue that want to ask a couple of questions. I'm going to take a first stab at it. Okay, so you stated there's, I guess, an increased allocation of $4 million to deal with litter throughout for statewide. Could we speak specifically in terms of that $4 million? How many of those dollars are coming into Memphis and Shelby County? So you stated there's
of that $4 million, it'll be just under $1 million dedicated with litter. The only route statewide that we increase litter cycles on in terms of that $4 million, in Shelby County, and most of those dollars in the city of Memphis. So, like I said, the maps are kind of show our increase. And, it's going to be a little less than $1 million of that dedicated to just the increase. So that'll bring us to spending about $1.6 in that neighborhood, just on litter in the city.
Okay, and then my last question, and I want to believe that I misheard, but I know for sure I did not. So currently, when we talk about sweeping trucks, there's zero. Right now, there's zero for West Tennessee. Okay, and then my last question.
We contract out.
I want to believe that I misheard, but I know for sure I did not. So currently, when we talk about sweeping trucks, there's zero. Right now, there's zero for West Tennessee.
We contract out the majority of our routine work like that, and just inspect that work and pay contractors to do it. So we continually have a sweeping contract. We're just purchasing one for us in West Tennessee as a TDOT sweeping truck, so we can help with trouble spots and monitor some things and catch up when things get, when we're cleaning up a specific area, things like that.
Okay. Well, that's all for me, and thank you all for being here. I do not know which order, so I'm just going to look at you all, and don't be mad at me when I'm out of order. I think Dr. Warren was first. So, Dr. Warren.
When things get, when we're cleaning up a specific area.
We've got a lot of
that's all for me, and thank you all for being
inside
here.
The city.
I do not know which order, so
I'm not sure how much of the issues that we have are with our federal highways. Are you guys responsible for the federal highway maintenance that's within the
We've
city?
got a lot of state and federal roads inside the city.
Or state routes
And
that happen to be
I'm not
city
sure
streets,
how much of the
curb to curb
issues
or
that we
curb to
have
curb,
are
curb
with
and
our
gutter,
federal
and the
highways.
interstate system.
Are you guys
What about
responsible
US
for the
70 and
federal
US
highway
64?
maintenance
Yes, sir.
that's within the
So
city?
y'all are responsible for that. So I guess the issue that I think we as the council members hear most is we see these state roads that are city streets.
What about
with,
US 70 and US
gutters
64?
and big potholes and things
So
along that
y'all
line.
are responsible for
and
that.
as citizens,
So
we think,
I
well,
guess the
city
issue that
should
I
be
think
fixing that, but it's
we
the
as the
state
council
road and we're not
members
supposed to. So
hear
I'm
most
taking
is
it from now
we
on when I
see
see
these
that
state
or people
roads that are
complain, I'm
city streets with
833
gutters and big
T.6. Is that
potholes
correct?
and things along that
Okay,
line.
and
as
there's
citizens,
a way
we think,
can
well,
get that
the
on
city
TV
should be
tonight.
fixing that, but it's a state road and we're not supposed to. So
might be
I'm
a good
taking
number
it
for
from
people
now
to
on
have
when I see
on the
that or
television.
people complain, I'm
So,
to use
but thank you. And
833
what can we do as
Is
a
that correct?
council to help you guys be more responsive
if
for
there's a
our
way we
needs
can
here?
get that
Is
on
it just
TV
communication?
tonight, 833
Getting that word out that we
T.fix
have
might
now
be a
new
good
call
number
center.
for
It kind of
people
gets
to
us all
have
on the same
on the
page.
television.
Y'all have a similar
So,
system here. We
but
work
thank
closely
you.
with
And
Robert
what can we
Connect and
do
his
as a
office. We
council
partner
to
up
help
well
you
on
guys be more
several
responsive
issues.
for our
And
needs here?
yeah, we're
Is it
excited
just
about our new
communication?
call center, and hopefully it makes us work more efficient and has a tracking method in place for us as well.
And what's the budget that you have for fixing the roads here in Shelby County, or is it just you're going to fix it if it's broken?
Yeah, we haven't run out of money for fixing things like that. No, sir. We're going to fix it.
Okay, thank you very much. And what about paving? Do you have a paving
And what's the
allocation
budget that you
for the
have for
federal
fixing
highways,
the roads here
particularly that
in
are
Shelby
our
County, or is it
streets?
just you're going to fix it if it's broken?
Do you have any sort of, I guess, schedule that we can expect and we can distribute so people will know
thank
when
you very
it's
much.
coming?
And what about paving? Do you
our
have a
schedule,
paving allocation
with Robert,
for
his
the federal
office, and I think they've
highways,
even posted it on the
particularly that are
website.
our
Y'all have the
streets?
city has a
And
paving
do you have
schedule
any
as well.
sort
Now, that
of,
schedule
I guess,
does fluctuate from time to time,
schedule
whether we
that
have,
we can
whether it's
expect and we
funding
can
issues
distribute
or
so
permit
people will
issues
know
and
when it's
things like
coming?
that. But we keep it up to date. We have a long-range plan, but we try to keep a real accurate yearly plan, and we share that as well. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully we can get that publicized some way. Thank you.
Whether it's funding issues or permit issues.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. You're looking at me like you just have to talk, and I do not want to be in trouble. Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay, briefly. Thank you. Thank you for the
thank you.
presentation.
Hopefully we can get that
This
publicized
is strictly for litter
Thank
right
you.
now, not grass cutting or anything.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. You're looking at me like you just
Okay,
have to
so
talk, and I
how
do not
often will
want
you
to be
be
in
cutting the
trouble.
grass?
Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay, briefly. Thank you for the presentation. This is
stayed
strictly
about
for
the same,
litter
which
right
this
now,
year,
not grass cutting.
Mowen's pretty easy to keep up with because we've got such a drought and everything. You don't hear a whole lot of complaints about
Okay,
grass. And we
so
do have
how
some
often will
trouble
you be
spots.
cutting the grass?
You know, we have Johnson grass and some of our things like that that grow really fast that we have to address. But our grass, we're at a pretty good level. We increased our levels last year and then kept those in the contract to keep that good level of service going on that.
Okay, does your service also extend to the exit ramps? Because I see a lot of trash once you get onto the exit ramp. So if we see any problem there, we should call you because there's quite a few, especially down there by the airport. All those different exit ramps going into the airport are coming from it. Exit ramps, because I see a lot of trash once you get onto the
street, but we do, maintain that interchange. There's a lot of litter issues around. Interchanges seem to really be a stopping point for people that they're stopped waiting on something. They throw something on their car.
I got you, but I'm just saying the exits is where I'm really seeing the. Okay.
In fact, we've got plans to team up with the city and several groups this fall and do kind of a cleanup day.
What you mean this fall? We need it now, baby.
Well, we had one in the spring,
I'm just saying the
and we
exits is where I'm
looked
really
at
seeing
Crump
the.
Interchange,
Okay.
Danny Thomas, Poplar Avenue, and got some volunteers out and some different groups. So we're making, sometimes it's not about how much litter you pick up, but just the awareness and the educational part of it too. So
No, it's about what you pick up.
well, we picked up a lot, but I think we drew a lot of awareness to what we were doing.
Okay, but it's really serious and it's embarrassing. When you get off that airplane and you have guests coming in and that's all they are seeing once they get off the airport. And a lot of them is off that interstate because they go straight to the interstate and get to those exits. fix it. So I really wish you would work on that. Those are all my comments. Thank you,
But
Chair.
it's really serious.
Thank
and
you,
it's
Councilwoman
embarrassing.
Johnson.
When you get off that
Councilman
airplane,
Canale.
you have guests coming in, and that's all
Thank
they
you, Mr.
are
Chairman.
seeing once they get off the airport.
Thank you
And a
again
lot of
to
them is
both
off
of you
that
for being here
interstate, 'cause
today.
They go straight to the interstate and get to those
I know you're
exits.
well aware
So
of
I really wish you
the
would work on
issues
that.
that we're having. I
Those
don't
are
know
all
if
my
it's
comments. Thank you,
statewide or
Chair.
if it's more
Thank you,
concentrated in West
Councilwoman
Tennessee. We
Johnson.
know that we have to do our
Councilman
part to clean the city streets, but we
Thank
certainly
you, Mr.
need
Chairman.
TDOT's help on the
Thank
state
you
routes
again
and our
to
interstate
both
system.
of you for being here today.
240
I know you're
particular,
well aware of the
between
issues that
CM
we're
Cooper
having.
and
I don't know if
Walnut
it's
Grove, I drive
statewide
that
or if it's
quite frequently,
more
and I noticed
concentrated
that
in West Tennessee.
until a few
We know
days
that we have
ago,
to do
the
our
storm
part to
drains were
clean
almost
the
completely
city streets,
jammed
but we
full of
certainly
trash.
need TDOT's help on the state
But
routes and our
to my
interstate system.
surprise and very much appreciation.
240
Friday, I saw 3 large
particular
trucks out there
between
in the
CM
curb
Cooper and
lane.
Walnut
They're
Grove.
cleaning all
I
that.
drive
So,
that quite frequently, and I noticed that
except for the
until a
besides
few
the
days
cycles,
ago, the
normal
storm drains
cycles
were
we
almost
have, do we have
completely
anybody
jammed full of
in that
trash.
CDOT vehicle, just a rover
But
truck that goes
to my
around and looks for whether it's
surprise
bumpers
and
or whether it's broken
very
glass,
much
somebody throwing
appreciation,
trash out
Friday
the
I saw
window.
3 large trucks
And
out
we
there
could
in the curb lane.
sit
They
up
were
here
cleaning
and
all that. So
we could point fingers at where
except
it
for
comes
the
from, but
besides the
at the end of
cycles,
the
the
day,
normal
our
cycles we
constituents
have, do
just
we
want
have
this trash
anybody
picked up because
in a
our
TDOT
city
vehicle,
looks
just a rover
really
truck that goes
bad
around and looks for
right
whether
now
it's bumpers
along
or
the
whether it's
roadways
broken
with the
glass,
amount
somebody's
of
throwing
litter
trash out the window,
and trash and debris.
you know, we could sit up here and
kind of 3 different
y'all
things
could
going
we could
on.
point fingers at where it
We've
comes
got our
from,
mowing and litter.
but at the end of the day,
That's the
our constituents just
contractor
want
that
this
picks
trash
up
picked
litter
up because
before they mow.
our
So
city
is
looks
that
really
contract
bad
tied together?
right now
Because I
along the
noticed back in
roadways
March
with the
before
amount
we
of
started
litter
cutting.
and trash and debris.
Before they mow, that way they don't mow all the trash.
Okay, so what do we do with that when we stop cutting as we move into the fall and winter months? When they stop cutting grass, they keep that.
So is that contract tied
Okay, 'cause
together? Because I noticed back in March before we started cutting.
We just 52 cycles. Everybody's every week.
Okay, so what do we do with that when we stop cutting as we move into the fall and winter months? When they stop cutting grass,
Okay, and you said
They
that
keep
you
that-
hope that the sweeper truck will spend
Okay,
a
'cause
lot of time in West Tennessee. What are our chances of getting our own dedicated?
Well, we do have a dedicated contractor here that sweeps monthly, according to which side of the shoulder he's on.
Okay, and you said that you hope that the sweeper
that's what I'm
truck
saying.
will spend a lot of time in West Tennessee. What are our chances of getting our own
sweeping
dedicated?
contractor, and they clean drains as well, and then the mowing and litter, and then either TDOT has that rover or that truck that's mobile moving out picking up things, because we have a lot of bumpers. I seen a refrigerator door on the north roof here yesterday coming in to meet. So you find these big obstacles, and we don't have a contract-specific method for the way those pick those up. So we do a lot of work on that as daily as well. We have crews running daily to help pick up those large debris. It's a long way around the loop, and all these different routes. It takes some time to get to them.
But especially for these areas that are not in the 52 cycle,
We do a lot of work on that as
they're not, 5 cycles in the areas in blue that
that was
Right.
starting July the 1st. The proposed
Especially for these areas that are not in the 52
increased
cycle.
cycles. So everything on the sheet.
They're not, 5 cycles in the areas in blue.
These are kind of duplicated maps, but it shows what we were, the level of service we were providing, the number of cycles to what the increase is.
the level of service we were providing, the number of cycles to what the increase is now. So that's, like Poplar Avenue, went from, 12 cycles to 26 cycles. So that's a significant increase.
Okay.
To pick it up. Litter there.
And other than the grass cutting, are we doing any spraying?
Yes, sir. Spraying, we do have a spray program. It's come a long ways. Probably 5 years ago, we probably didn't do as good a job as we do now. So we're kind of learning a little bit more about chemicals. But we do a lot of pre-merge and herbicide spraying. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, please know that the service is greatly appreciated and very much needed to keep our city and our roadways, especially our interstate system, clean. So any further assistance you could provide us, we would certainly appreciate it here in Memphis. Thank you. Thanks again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Canale.
Councilwoman Robinson. Mike.
My mic on? Thank you. I appreciate your presentation on today. What I'd like to see, and I think it'll be very helpful to all of us, if at least once a quarter, we could get a report of where you picked up. I know we finally have a number, 833 T-Dot fix, but we need to know how many times did somebody go out and do it, when it will, give us some idea so that we can report to the community. Every time I get on the interstate at Union Avenue, and I think that's I-240, that's the trashiest place I've ever seen in my life. So what we need to know is who does the roving to make sure that those things are done. It shouldn't be like that all the time. It should be once in a while, but not every time I get on there. And we need some reporting so that as we report back to the citizens, they can see that we are trying to make some changes, not just talk, but with some numbers. Can you do that?
We can, and to your point, you're absolutely right. We're trying to come up with, make sure we have our metrics to be able to show as far as how much. I know at one point with our litter contract, we were keeping tabs of how much they were taking, and it was how many tons of litter were being taken in the landfill that they were picking up over a window time. So we're trying to do that as well, trying to make sure that we've got metrics to be able to show folks the challenge that we've got, because y'all know litter, obviously, the cheapest way to handle it is to not ever have to pick it up to begin with if it wasn't on the road, but unfortunately it does get there. So the expensive way to handle it is us having to come back and pick it up. But we want to be able to show that same thing that you're asking for, show that message to where if we can, and it's a multi-pronged approach. It's an education, it's an enforcement, but it's also having to pick it up when it's there. So having some numbers to show what the problem is and how much we're spending to try to take care of that problem maybe helps with the education and the behavior side of it as well.
Okay. What is the title of the person who's actually checking those areas and making sure that that's done?
Those are our technicians, seniors. They're kind of our crew leaders. They're the boots on the ground, inspecting the work and leading a T-Dot maintenance crew. And spoke with one of them yesterday and talking about concerns with, contractors. I mean, they're having, everybody that has employees is having some vacancy, having trouble getting people to work to. So they've got those too. So we're trying to work through it and increase our level of service at the same time. So it takes a lot of good communication, but yeah, I spoke with her yesterday, and she's well aware of we need to be trying to improve it every day. So.
Okay. So do we have professional people looking at how it's actually routed and who picks it up? What is the work plan? Do we, we say we have a plan, but is it really a true plan that can be worked? And we can, if it's not working, we don't have to have citizens to tell us. We know that we need to do some re-engineering.
Yeah, well, I think that technician senior, that's her job to track that daily. She records that daily, so we have that data of what our workforce is like every day, the areas they're covering every day. So we monitor that very
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other questions? Councilwoman, my apologies. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And gentlemen, thank you for providing this information. First question that I had, looking at the previous cycle, 52, 26, 12, and 5, how long had that been in place?
At least a year. These contracts vary, but this increase, we're hoping it stays in place and there's no decrease. So that's I think we've got funding to do that for the next year as well. So that's our goal there. But this attachment A, that one's been in place at least a year that we know of.
But perhaps longer, perhaps 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Perhaps longer, yes.
And I would speculate to say that the conditions probably reflected that. So I'm delighted and pleased that we're looking pretty much either at a 26 or a 52-week cycle. Colleagues, I think one thing that we could do is perhaps have as part of our legislative agenda that there's more funding for operations like this. we always talk about and the state always brags about their surplus and how fiscally they are responsible. But if we have a dirty state, a dirty city, and we're sitting on all this money that's not being used, I don't know if that's the best thing. So, this wouldn't be the only thing that I would say that we allocate that the state provides more funding for, but I think it's an important part that everybody sees on a daily basis as they travel these roads. That's pretty much it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Gentlemen, thank you for coming today and presenting us, providing us information on that's important to us and our constituents. Thank you all. All right. Item number 5, discussion of blight individual service level ISL associated costs to clean up all city streets, all council districts, requested by Councilwoman Johnson. Please note it was held from 6/21. And with that, I turn the floor over to Councilwoman Johnson.
I think it's been said several times today, the need to clean up the city. And I actually believe my item, number 5, 6, and 7, probably all blending together in his presentation today. So everybody's concerned about cleaning up the city. Thank you, thank you.
Hello, Robert Connect again. I have a couple presentations that I emailed. If not, I have copies of it. I could use that one too. Let's see. Fine. Does it show up? Yeah, this should be this one. All right, so as Councilwoman Johnson said, she wanted to kind of go over what do we currently do in terms of cleaning up the city or whatever our efforts involving litter and right-of-way services. So obviously, Public Works, we cut grass on a regular basis, and we cut about 9,700 privately owned lots every year that are blight-related issues. We obviously have to issue an NOV. We then allow 7 days to correct. If they don't address it, then we assign it to a contractor. If it's not resolved, then the contractor has 5 days to cut it. So we expend about $2.9 million annually providing this service to mitigate blighted, overgrown. These are vacant properties, not occupied properties. And then we have to place a lien on it. And right now we're covering about 20% of that $2.9 million that we are allocating towards the program. So one of the questions we often get from the public is, okay, well, why can't we cut the grass more frequently to kind of keep it from getting in 12 inches or more? So I just wanted to showcase, what it would cost the city if it were to go from, we average 2 right now per lot. It varies, but just statistically, it's 2 cuts per year per lot at about $2.9 million. If you were to double that, you're talking about $5.8 million. And then if you were to go to 8 cuts a year, we're talking, a pretty high level of service on a lot. You're talking about $11.6 million just to cut the grass on these privately owned properties. The other item that was discussed is, litter collection. The TDOT just mentioned their efforts in terms of managing the state right-of-ways. So the city maintains 332 center lane miles of streets that have a median in them. That's the prominently areas that we're talking about because there is no ownership in those areas that's contained fully within the public right-of-way. So your parkways, are kind of a good example of that, Germantown Parkway. Some of those are good examples of what streets that have median strips in them. So currently the city provides litter collection every 2 weeks, year-round. We cut the grass every 2 weeks during the growing season. So we spend about $1.25 million annually just to pick up the litter on those 332 center lane miles, and then grass cutting costs about $1 million a year. And then, just as a kind of side issue, street sweeping is kind of an issue that we want to highlight because that's something that we perform year-round, nonstop. But we have a big city at 6,714 lane miles, 325 square miles, and 21 sweepers. It takes us about, we're currently about 4 to 6 months to do a complete sweeping of a geographic portions of the city, and then we try to do it again, and that costs, we spend about $2.7 million annually for that in terms of our stormwater fund. So this spreadsheet is wrong. I apologize. I didn't update it correctly. So if we were to, the way to describe this is that we do 26 cycles and it costs us $1.25 million to do that. If we were to, the next one is is not a multiplier. It's supposed to be 12 months, 12 cycles at 2,400 lane miles, which is the total number of center lane miles in the city. It would actually be about $4.5 million. This spreadsheet was if we were to provide grass and litter collection. So I apologize, but the point is that if you want to do the entire city every month, and it's 2,400 center lane miles, it would cost about $4.5 million. So I need to update this spreadsheet. If you were to provide the same 24 cycles of that 2,400 miles, it would be $8.6 million. So this is kind of highlighting, and again, this spreadsheet's wrong. I'll update it and send a corrected one. This would be grass and litter citywide, not just litter. So I didn't update that correctly. And that's all I have for this presentation on, enhanced litter collection citywide.
Okay, colleagues, Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay, so what is the total cost to clean it up if we had to go get the money?
It would be $4.3 million to do a monthly cleanup of every city street. $4.3 million to do all 2,400 center lane miles once a month.
So
that just statistically hiring a contractors to go up and down and just pick up litter along within the public right of way.
So you said that's $4 million a month?
$4 million total.
Okay.
A year?
That's a year.
Oh, that may work.
That's just but now that's purely. I mean, that's depending on what not a contracted price. That's just extrapolating what we're paying the current contractor to do the work now. Now, it's possible that it would vary based on resources, but that's just my best estimate based on what we're paying per mile now.
Okay, thanks.
Councilman Canale. I'm sorry, Councilman Carlisle. I looked at you and called you Canale. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so it's interesting. I mean, $52 million is not chump change, but when you look at the opportunity cost of having, a city that could be construed as dirty or blighted or whatever, and you start to think about, hey, if we could clean this up and position things for reinvestment and redevelopment, and you look down long term, you could make an argument that the inherent or indirect benefit is there, even though you've got a direct cost today. I'd really be curious. I know you're giving us kind of order of magnitude numbers, Director, but I'd be curious to see if your office, along with perhaps the Office of Data Management or Data Performance, I don't know what we're calling it these days, as well as 311, could take a look and figure out where these hot spots are as far as complaints and extrapolate, and maybe we start with some sort of pilot test and a few demonstration neighborhoods versus jumping off the deep end at $50 million. But because if I had to guess, there are going to be areas that are going to be worse than others. Not every street needs to be touched once a month, but there are certainly streets that probably need to be touched once a month in certain areas. And you may have already done this work. I mean, I understand this isn't your first day here at City Hall, but as you can tell, there's a high level of interest of trying to figure out solutions. And when we say solutions, it's a nice way of saying money. And I think that there's a strong desire on the council to try and fund some of these efforts because I know even in my office yesterday, I got pulled aside by an employee who lives and spends a lot of time out in Germantown Parkway talking about bumpers and litter and things like that. And so I'd be curious to know if there are some recommendations that are strategic that we could potentially pilot in this fiscal year and start to take a look at that. And I'm happy to meet offline and see what you have to say. I know we've got, again, it's more complex than just stroking a check, but I think that there's a strong desire to try and work on some of those issues.
Thank you, Councilman. Carlisle. Councilman, before I recognize you, Councilman damn. Man, come on.
It's a
Canale.
long day.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas wanted to be recognized. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, are you there?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for getting my name correct. I was thinking some of my thoughts, and one of them kind of went along with Councilman Carlisle, of every street and every lot doesn't need to be touched multiple times. But as far as the cost of what we're paying for lots, I don't know if it's been thought about to reduce the amount of that payment, or is it calculated by the square footage of the lot? And I mean, I don't know market rates for yard work, because that's not my expertise. But I do know the yard man that's on my street charges $65 for front, back, and cutting the bushes. So I would think that if there is something to look to that, maybe decreasing the price or maybe having a different formula for it would allow us to go into what Councilman Carlisle said, those hotspot areas more than twice for cutting, and also for the litter as well. I don't expect a full answer to that today, but those are just the thoughts I had while you were speaking, Director Connect. Thank you, Chair.
So our grass cutting program is it's a small market. So we utilize only MWE contractors. We have about 38, I think, or 40 under contract right now, and they're the ones who we utilize to cut these private lots. I did increase the amount of pay recently because they couldn't afford to pay the wages and do the work that was necessary, because it takes about 2 hours on average to cut one of the lots. Because again, unfortunately, they are, once we get a complaint, the time we cite the owner, violate it, and get it cut, it takes a couple hours on average to cut one of the lots. So you have bigger lots, and so some of those contractors may take 3 hours. But statistically, that's where that $150 average comes from per lot. And again, we increased it because the contractors were making it clear they just couldn't afford at the previous rate that we were paying them, to do the work. So we did have to increase it.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, does that satisfy your question?
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Director Connect.
Thank you. Mr. Connect, and I think that this is sort of a philosophical question that we have to ask ourselves. To me, this is utilizing contractors for this is still a temporary fix to a permanent issue that we're going to have. Grass is going to grow every season. And so I think fundamentally we have to ask ourselves, is it worth, let's just say the cost does go up and we have to pay more. I still think, though, if we maintain a crew for this, don't we somewhat fix whatever our costs are for this service versus, if we find ourselves in this inflationary environment next year, yeah, we might have to raise wages for that. But I don't think that we're subjecting ourselves to what the market whims may be, because when we talk about the market whims, this business owner is still operating a for-profit business. Versus when we talk about pure costs for cutting the grass, I know that there are other considerations, benefits that we have to keep in place, but if we maintain the crew year-wide, it could be something on a part-time basis. We know that the grass cutting, the grass growing season is not going to be the same in February or November as it's going to be in June and July. But I just still find it frustrating that we contracted so much stuff out for permanent problems when I don't think that when we have these permanent problems, we need to have permanent solutions for them.
Yes, sir. I can understand that. We struggle to hire people as it is in the city. So, that's where the nature of the challenges that we face. We've seen our issues with vacancies and being competitive, and so yeah, we do have some in-house capability, but like I said, we're utilizing 38 contractors to help kind of keep up with this workload, because it's, talking almost 10,000 properties. So, I mean, it would take, a good capital investment, because you'd have to have the trucks and the mowers and all the equipment to go along with it. So there's a capital cost, and then, personnel cost. I mean, we could look at and do an analysis on what it would take to bring it in and make it a full-fledged operation that doesn't require on it. But it is, again, it's seasonal, as you mentioned, so it's not full-time year-round. So that is also one of the kind of unique things that make it a little bit harder to hire for.
I think it would be helpful if we just saw different types of models. It seems like what's being presented to us and what we have is just one way to address this particular issue. Yeah, it is seasonal. I know it's labor intensive. When you talk about days like today, it's supposed to be 102. That's the regular temperature, not even considering the heat index. But I still would think, though, the contractors seem to be, and some of them may be doing the job better than others. I would think that someone, if the city could be an attractive employer, I'd just like to see, if you could bring something back to us of how we look at it. Just if the council doesn't know what something looks like, then we can't say yes or no to it. If you bring it to us, we voted up or down, then I think that you've addressed that issue amongst us, and I think it's a way for us to go back to our constituents and say, well, here's one way, we're currently doing it this way, but if we were to do it in a different way, here's what that would mean to us. I think that would be helpful.
Yes, sir. I'll bring you back something. With the $3 million we have, what can we perform in-house with building a workforce? And then if we were to do a comparable to service based on what we use contractually, what that would cost as well.
Right, but I think the main thing, I don't want you to go and say, well, we only have $3 million to spend. If the council is saying, we want a clean city, we want the grass cut, we want it maintained like, to everybody's satisfaction. I don't think that we have a $3 million cap on having a clean city. So, whatever it costs, it might be 9. We say, okay, well, what could you do with 7? I think it would be, I don't think anybody wants to see, okay, well, if it's only $3 million, this is what we can do versus how much it's going to cost for us to have a clean city.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Thank you. Mr. Chair. Seat is yours again.
I was going to mess with you, Councilman Canale, but I'm not. Councilman Canale, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 9,700 properties, that's exorbitant. And the alarming number to me is the 20% is all we recover. That means 80% are getting a free ride. Is that number pretty constant year over year on how much we were able to recover?
It has gone up a little bit. We were 15, 60%. Sometimes we might get 25%, but it's not really been significant. It's hovered in that 15 to 25% range for as long as as far as long as I know.
And what about the number of properties?
Say that again, sir?
The total number of properties that we have to maintain for people.
It's gone up over the last few years.
So, colleagues, this is another reason why we need to know, as they allow their grass cutting costs to compound year after year and never pay them, I wonder if they're paying their property taxes. Another reason why the only way we're going to be able to clean up blight in this city is to get these properties out of the hands of the bad operators and into the hands of people that would do good by them and for them. It would be tremendously beneficial to us to know if that 9,700 list that you have coincides with 9,700 people that are also not paying their property taxes every year. So that's just an alarming number that we have to dole out that kind of money to do people's job for them.
Well, about 80% aren't, because we're getting 20%. So I can tell you about 80% aren't. If you're getting 20% paying their liens, about 80% aren't paying their liens. So that's probably a good statistical.
Right, but are they just not paying their liens and they're paying their taxes, or are they not paying both? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director.
All right. Any other? Okay, Councilman Ford.
Yeah.
Let me get your mic on.
Yeah, before we go to the next item.
Push it again. Push it again. There we go.
in past years, cleaning up, things like that, how much has it cost us? I'm looking at those big figures. You know, we were getting a lot of services. All of a sudden, we don't get no services, okay? How much was it costing us then compared to what figures you're giving us now? You know, we had pickup, trash was picked up. You know, if somebody, you know, it was at least, every 2 weeks we had pickups. All of a sudden, we got big numbers and nothing's happening. Can you explain that?
Well, I believe solid waste is going to discuss part of their services too with the changes that they implemented. So, you know, I would defer to that time and then have a discussion with the council based on what they
Now, I got
present.
one other. We'll discuss that then. Now, Parkway, Interstate, Bellevue. I need you to send someone out there and look at that. For the last, I know, 5 years, it's terrible. The road that goes and leads to our interstate. Yeah, and I don't want to have to sue the city for my tires. And I don't want nobody else to do the same thing. Yeah, but I mean, but it's terrible. And it's been that way, you know, and all. And it's been kind of neglected. Councilman Jones, that was Parkway between Bellevue, Interstate,
yes.
Both sides.
Both sides.
But you know, yeah.
Terrible.
And it's kind of bad, you know. And that's a very nice thoroughfare, but it's been neglected and neglected. And hey, I think something needs to be done. And like I said, with Parkway, Bellevue, all of that, Elvis Presley, we got all our people coming there, but when you end up getting to that little point, hey, it's really kind of bad. Can you check on that for me, please?
Yes, sir. South Parkway East, we're aware of a concern on South Parkway East about the pavement. Chief McGowan and I were just recently talking about it. So we are investigating, you know, looking into that, because it was paved not too long ago, too.
Oh,
so.
no, this had been done. No.
It was just a lane.
I wish it would have been paved. Hey, they thought they paved it.
No.
No.
One at a time. Well, we know clearly the council does not buy that.
Sorry about that, but hey, we know better.
No way.
Okay, so I'm assuming Director Connect is going to take that
Can
under
you
advisement.
just,
He's going to
check
directly
it
address
out, give me a report before the end of the week.
Please. We'll get you a report, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Connect. We're going to Councilman Jones, but before we go to Councilman Jones, I do want to, if you're here for item number 6, we're going to hold that. We're running behind schedule. So item number 6, we're going to bring it back before this committee, next council meeting. Go ahead, Director. Go ahead, Councilman Jones.
So Ms. Connect, what would be helpful for this, and I just mentioned it to Councilman Ford because the area that we're talking about is in his district, but it's in Super District 8. I raised that because I was out of town for a week, and my mom's house, one of her streets is, I guess it's on the schedule to be repaved, and it's nowhere near the condition of South Parkway East between Bellevue and I-240. And so I think what would be more helpful is that you mentioned that things are sort of done and we may have money allocated for projects that pop up, but I don't think that the council has an idea of what that cycle is and under what conditions does something pop to the top of the list. So addressing that particular issue, there's a lane, at least on the eastbound, there was a lane that was repaved, but even you have to dodge the potholes because it was just a lane. It wasn't all the 2 lanes plus the bike lane that was repaved.
Yes, sir.
And so what would be helpful would just, you know, if we have under what circumstances and under what conditions does something like South Parkway East, you know, it could be something on the other side of town. Under what conditions does something like that make its way to the top of the list in light of what our ordinary paving schedule would be?
Yes, sir. I'll come back and speak about how we rate pavements and how we make decisions about our paving cycles.
Yeah, that would be most helpful. Thank you.
All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Thank you, Director. And I will make note again that item number 6 is being held. We have, next is item number 7, but before we go to item number 7, that's my committee, so I'm gonna take a point of it. I've been in conversations with, I guess, Teamsters Local 667 concerning an issue with maintenance foremen in our city division. And I'm going to give them 5 minutes to come and talk specifically to the issue. And I want to make the council aware that I have reached out to Attorney Alan Wade to see the purview or the extent of authority we have to even deal with this situation. Attorney Wade has informed me that he still needs a little bit more time to determine what, or if anything, that this body can do. But I do think it's important when we talk about people and folks who are dedicating their lives to making the city of Memphis a better place, for us to hear their concerns, to figure out what, if anything, that we can do to potentially make their situation better. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Matt Brown with Teamsters Local 667 to kind of explain where we are, what they're dealing with, so we can understand their concerns. Mr. Brown, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Matt Brown. I work for the Teamsters Union here at Local 667. My address is 396 Alexander here in the city of Memphis. In May of this year, a group of workers approached our local interested in getting representation at the city. They are public works foremen. After talking with them for about a month, we decided to move forward with the project. Overwhelming support. In fact, 90% of the foremen in the Public Works Department signed authorization cards. At that point, we took those cards, or we took a demand for election to the city, to the administration. After a month, the city has denied these men the right for elections, claiming that they're supervisors. We think that's unjust. We think that's wrong. Being passed around now is a memo to that effect. To label these men as supervisors is akin to labeling, as my brothers after me would say, you know, these guys aren't supervisors. They cannot directly remedy any grievances of the folks on their crew. They can't approve vacation for the men in their crew. They can't issue discipline on the men and women in their crew. These workers simply want to exercise their right to have a union. So we're here to the city council to make sure you know what's going on. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I'm certainly not an expert in what they've done, so a couple of men have come with me just to make sure that y'all get the answers you need.
Well, I do know that a couple of members of this body would love to hear from one of the employees as well. Just kind of speak to what they're going through and speak specifically to their job duties and responsibilities as it is now. So, gentlemen, if any one of you would like to speak to,
I have a question.
and there's also before one of the employees speak, Councilwoman Swearinger has a specific question.
Are you sharing with us that you all,
You're on.
attempting to have a union and that you are not allowed to do so by human resource for a reason? Could you explain that?
Explain their reason?
Yes, please. Why you're prohibited from formulating a union?
Sure. I'm not sure I can fully articulate their position, but I think it has to do with they are labeling these workers as supervisors, and we think that the legal theory they base that on is called the National Labor Relations Act, and under that act, what these folks do would not qualify as supervisors. Again, they don't, if a worker comes to them, they can't guarantee vacation, they can't let them off, they have to go to another level of management, they can't issue discipline, so they're not, in any traditional sense under the National Labor Relations Board, supervisors. So I can't quite understand why Human Resources has made this position.
So are you sharing that Human Resources are categorizing them as supervisors, and that prevents them from being able to formulate a union?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're sharing that they are not supervisors,
Yes, ma'am.
and you all are aspiring unionship.
The men and women are aspiring to have an election to be Teamsters. Yes, ma'am.
So there's a couple other, are you still, well, Councilwoman?
No, I'm fine. I just wanted some understanding, some clarity.
Okay. There's a couple other questions, and I have no idea who was first. So we defer to Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. Mine is a general question, just for clarity. Please explain the duties of these individuals so we'll know exactly what group we're talking about, what type of duties they do on a daily basis.
What kind of union we are?
Who's here?
Maintenance foreman.
Right.
Could we have?
What department? What are we talking about? I mean, I just don't want to make an assumption.
Yes, ma'am. These are foremen in the Public Works Department for sewer maintenance, drain maintenance, street, and asphalt.
Okay.
There's about 32 of them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's all I need to know. What group and who we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Okay,
And then Councilman Moore.
Just reading this, as far as teachers are concerned, you'll often have teachers who would be lead teachers. You'd have someone who would be like the chairman of the Department of English and someone who would do something along that line. And those teachers are still allowed to be in teaching unions since they're not principals. Principals would not be allowed to be in teaching unions. And I'm wondering, are your foremen here more related to lead teachers or department chairs in departments as opposed to actual supervisors? Is that what you're trying to explain to us? Is that an analogy?
I mean, it's very akin, but I would say a principal would still have more authority than these folks
Well,
here.
a principal, I think, is management.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So I think the term that I would be more comfortable in is a lead man position.
Well, that's what I said, lead teacher.
Lead
or,
teacher. I'm sorry.
okay.
I just got new hearing aids, so
That's
me.
okay. And there, but in teaching, you have lead teachers. You also have chairman of departments, okay? And they're still teachers. I mean, they may have some supervisory roles or directive roles, but they're not mislabeled. So I'm just wondering, is that a similar analogy here to what's going on with your people?
Yes, sir. Very similar.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it appears that there aren't any questions, and our lawyer is here. I do understand that he's making sure this body doesn't make any missteps. So we're going to give him time to do what he does, which is research and determine what the authority is. And hopefully, you all, the city employees and administration are able to get together and come to a feasible solution. Hopefully you are able to organize. I think this body, generally speaking, supports the right of folks to organize. So hope you all able to work it out. Hopefully this body doesn't have to do anything because, for the most part, this is in the purview of the administration. But I just want you to know that this body, I think I speak for almost all of us, this body supports you and your right to organize in this department. Thank you all, and feel free to reach out to this body anytime if you need anything else. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know we're running behind on time. We may have to get you all to come back because I do know some council members want to hear directly from some of the employees as well. But hopefully you get it fixed by then and you don't have to come back and talk to us. But thank you all, and we'll be reaching out if we need you all to come back. Thank you. All right, item number 7. Here comes the fun. Update on solid waste bulk pickup, all council districts requested by Councilman Smiley. We have Director Ryan here, and we also have ASME here. We're going to kind of give the council a lay of the land, so to speak. We all know, we've been talking about at least since my time on this body, about issues with bulk pickup, how certain communities seem to be left behind from time to while some other communities stay clean. Ms. Ryan is going to, Director Ryan is going to speak specifically to, what the bulk process pickup, what that actually looks like, the schedule, and ASME wants to speak to their thoughts on it as well. And we don't want to make this an impasse. We just want to hear from both sides so we kind of understand where we are and form our own opinion. With that, I'll turn it over to Director. Go ahead, either one. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chandel Ryan, Deputy Chief Operations Officer for the city and Interim Director for Solid Waste. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this today. I want to just start with the state of bulk pickup, as Councilman mentioned. So this is just a visual of what we do on a weekly basis. So for garbage, we serve about 170,000 customers weekly, and those customers can have up to 6 carts. That is on a request basis, and we also expect that they'll have a couple of things outside of the cart, which is a couple of bags. That's our target, where we tell people not to do more than that, but we know from experience that that number, it varies about how many things are outside the cart. Also for recycle, you can have 1 cart. We have about 170,000 that we serve weekly for, locations that we have to serve weekly for recycle as well. And bulk is what we're here to talk about today. So our current limit for bulk is up to 10 cubic yards. And that's the equivalent to about 20 garbage carts. If you want to visualize that, that's how much can be placed at the curb twice per month. So we have about 85,000 customers that we serve weekly who can put up to that amount out at the curb. 1 second. Moving to the next slide, this is just a map of the city of Memphis and how we're divided up, because I'm going to speak a little bit about the different areas that we serve. So at the very top, you'll see the pink outlined area, that is area A. Towards the middle, the blue area, that's area B. Then on down to the yellow area, that's area C. The green area is area D. And then on the outskirts to the right of the screen, you'll see, I think that's orange, that is area E. So these are how the neighborhoods are divided and how we serve within those boundaries on a daily basis. Okay, so to talk about the state of bulk where we are currently, I wanted to look at the service requests that we receive. So citizens can make a service request either by calling 311 or by using the C-Click-Fix app. And so looking back at June, where we had a full month of service, we had about 3,600 calls for missed bulk services that came through. And if you look at the number of homes that we have to serve weekly, that's about 1% of the service locations that we go by every day. When you look at the chart to the right, you'll see that the majority of what we're seeing in service requests is in the southern area of the city. So areas A and B were the parts of the map where you saw they were at the top, that's the north side of the city. And then areas C and D are the south side of the city, and then area E again is the farthest east section of the city. So we're seeing anywhere from about 0.5 to 1.6% of requests coming in. That came in June for bulk service collection, missed service requests. And to talk about our trends and the volume that we experience in bulk, this is what we report that we take back to the landfill on a yearly basis. So this is a calendar year. And you'll see in 2019, we were somewhere around 31,000 for the month of June. I'm looking back at the month of June in particular, just to kind of give a sense of where we are currently. But you'll see, just by looking at the chart, the fluctuations in how we collect and the volumes that we collect. This accounts for not only regular bulk collections, but also when we have storms and any other events. That information is also reflected in the data that you see here. So looking back at June, in 2019, we were at 31,000 yards. In 2020, when the pandemic hit, we got up to about 168,000. Now, we're down to about 45, 46,000 yards, but that's still 50% above what we had when we were pre-pandemic in 2019. So we've been experiencing this higher volume of bulk at the curb on an annual basis that we've been combating. One thing I want to point back to is when we made a change with the service model, there was a team of people that were brought together. That team analyzed the way that we were doing pickups then and made a couple of changes. And that's how we ended up with the bulk week, where we're picking up twice per month. And so now, with that new schedule, we're also understanding that we have 50% more than what we expected to have when we created this model. Even with that, we added about $15 million worth of equipment back in 2019, and we also tripled the number of bulk crews that we had. We had about 7 at the time. Was it 7 or 9? We had about 7 at the time, and now we're up to about 30 crews that we use to handle bulk collections. Okay. So then one of the questions I was also asked is, what are some things that we should be looking at, or some things that concern us about bulk? One of the things that we want to talk about is we know that we have a task force that's been formed to look at how we're collecting in solid waste. And we think this is something that is a great opportunity for us to look at as a part of that team. But one thing we don't talk about enough, I believe, is waste diversion. And Eldra White, she was here earlier this morning, and she spoke about it. I think she spoke about it quite well when she talked about the amount of things and how we live in a disposable society now, and the amount of things that people are putting at the curb. That's one of the main things that I would love to be able to focus more on, is how can we prevent more waste at the curb, and how we can use other programs for bulk collections so that it's not just going to the landfill. But also, we know that we need to look into how we're picking up and collecting hand piles. And what a hand pile is, those are things that are outside of the cart, where crews can pick those items up and collect them on a weekly basis. We've got to focus more on that. Looking at what are we allowing to put out on the curb is something that we would love an opportunity to explore. We can always use more education about the trash limits that we have, and educate people on what things can and cannot be put out on the curb. We should take a look at tire collections and how we allow 4 tires to be placed at the curb. It's very difficult to collect because we have to separate them and put them in a different disposal than we do regular collections. So there's some planning and additional steps that have to go into us collecting tires. Also, looking at the bulk limits is something that we're concerned about, and promote the use of the landfill drop-offs that we have available for everyone once a month. So that's my presentation. That's what I wanted to share today. I'm available for any questions you may have.
So, quick question, council members. Do you want to ask your questions now, or want to hear from Ask Me first before we ask your questions?
I just had a question on what the presentation.
Oh, go ahead.
One, did you say that a house is allowed 6 carts per dwelling?
They can have up to 6. They would have to call in and request those, and those are allowed with an extra fee.
So you charge an extra fee for those? And they're allowed to leave 2 large bags on the outside?
Yes, sir.
Without an extra fee?
Correct, yes, sir.
And if you're looking at your model here where you're talking about the pickup and you had your graph, you see that huge increase in bulk pickup that we saw this year. And then you saw another one again, it looks like in 2020. Were both of those directly related to storms?
In 2020, that's when the pandemic hit.
That was what?
I'm sorry. In 2020, we did that's around the time when the pandemic really.
So the
everyone
pandemic
was
hit and
at
people were
home, so I
cleaning their
believe that's
house
a
out.
bit of pandemic. There may have been in June, I don't think that we had a storm in June. There may have been one in May, but I'm not for certain. But I know that we did experience
The
a
one this
spike.
year was from the storm.
Definitely the one this year was.
Okay,
definitely-
and so probably 2020 was people had nothing to do but clean out their home. Okay,
Yes.
that makes sense.
Residential,
Thank you.
it went up for sure, yes.
All right, Councilwoman Johnson.
I don't know if the question should be answered now or later, but my constituents wants to know what's going to happen right now to clean up the situation we're currently in. How is that going to be resolved? That was good to tell me about the past, but we're dealing with this right now, so we need a plan of action. So what can they expect in their neighborhoods?
Thank you so much for asking me that question because I did intend to cover that. So we do know that we're experiencing some delays, especially in the southern part of the city. So we have activated our emergency contractor to help us to catch up in those areas. They've been working since last week. We have scheduled 9 crews to work with us. One of the crews is not currently working because they are out in COVID quarantine, but that is the plan that we're working now. So we've got the additional contractor that's helping to support the crews that are also working.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Councilwoman Robinson.
I hear you clearly when you state that we're having some problems with the crews on the south side. What is the problem with the crews on the south side of the city? Why can't I use the crews on the north side if that's where they're working to come over to help on the south side? I don't understand why it's just a certain group of people that are not working. Is it the conditions of the work? What is the problem with the south side?
So one difference that we know in the north sector of the city is we have fully implemented the tablets. I know that everyone has heard about the tablets and how that's to help us to be more efficient and understand exactly how crews are working through the city. So we have implemented the tablets in bulk, in garbage, and in recycle up north. Down south, we have implemented it in garbage. We just started in bulk for about a couple of weeks, and by the end of the month, we should have it implemented in recycle. That's going to help, first of all, let us know how crews are working, how they are completing out their day, and help us to understand how we need to make changes to the number of people we have assigned. I will say right now, we also are experiencing some attendance issues. It's not lost on me that, you know, since about early to mid-June, we've had a lot of heat advisories. There's been a lot of hot weather. Some of these crews walk 6 to 7 miles a day in the heat, and we are experiencing some that call out for various reasons. That's happening. We have more of an attendance issue south than north necessarily. So we're combating a number of things when it comes to that. And when we don't have people here, that causes us to have some delays in service, unfortunately. That's what we're dealing with.
So let me ask you a question. Have we disaggregated the data down to, if you know you're having attendance problems in the South, is it because the people are older, they're sicker? There has to be a reason why there's a difference in the staffing of North versus South. So I'm trying to figure out what is that and what can we do to help you alleviate that?
One of the things we do is we monitor attendance, and where we see abuse, we do address abuse. So we have a mechanism in place there. We tell crews, because it is hot, we ask them to take breaks more than normal so that they are not overheating, and we ask them to, make sure they stay hydrated. We give water, we have ice. We try to do things to help everyone to get through the day as best as we can. So we've looked at those kinds of things to motivate the crews. That's pretty much what we have. You have anything to add?
I do want to.
We just come back to this topic next time since we're running out of time.
Absolutely, we're going to come back to this topic next committee, because I don't think we're going to get finished today, but I do want to hear from ASME. But before we hear from ASME, we're going to keep it brief and probably going to bring y'all back. Councilwoman Swearingen has a special request. We're going to allow Councilwoman Swearingen to handle her special request, and we're going to bring ASME up. Councilwoman Swearingen, and could you introduce your guest?
Yes, I have some concerns. I have had individuals from Public Works to share with me, and they have met with me and want to have meetings. They have had candid conversations sharing that they have been asked to work on the east side of Memphis rather than the south side of Memphis. They said we could do better in the areas of Orange Mound and Whitehaven, Bethel Grove and Hollywood and Douglas, but they send us to East Memphis rather than work in that community. I did a drive-through of Orange Mound last week, and I almost cried. I felt that I was in Beirut. There haven't been any trash pickups, solid waste pickups. I saw big screen TVs on the overpaths. I saw couches, people that have been moved out, trash, rats. It was tearful. And I'm not just speaking on my behalf, but I have one of those that work for the sanitation department on the phone right now. And sir, could you please share what you all are having to experience being out there, working for the city of Memphis, and please share the disparity that we on the south side are experiencing firsthand. You may speak at this time.
East.
We're listening.
When we get back, we make it to the equipment is down. We don't have enough equipment. We don't have enough employees to drive the equipment.
He said we don't have enough equipment. We don't have enough employees. Continue. And speak loudly, please.
It's given constant toward the south because our cell phone to go back east to pick up calls at houses that we be done already picked up in.
He said he's been sent out east to pick up trash that they had already picked up, but he is sent from the South Memphis to the East Memphis to pick it up. Continue, sir. And take your phone off of speaker, please, and speak directly into the phone so that we can hear you clearly.
Now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, and we never make it to the south. Every time we go south, they call about an hour and send us back east.
They send you back east.
Yes, like this book is not working. Book is not working because we're not making areas And then when we start payment.
Your phone is going in and out, but we hear you say that they always send you, when you're working in the South, they send you to the East.
Yes. In the bulk week, we send back to the other side.
Your phone is going out. So what we're going to do is we're going to have you come and speak to the council regarding this. Are you willing to do that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, we will have you come and speak to the council regarding this, because I hear this over and over and over again. And I know it is not, the trash recycling is not being done equitably, because you can ride through the city and see that it is not being done in an equitable manner. But I appreciate you coming forward and sharing that, and we'll have you at the next council meeting, sir. And you say you will be willing to come in and share. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, we look forward to seeing you then. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to allow ASME to present, and as you are pretty well aware by now, we're going to see y'all in a couple of weeks as well. And let's keep it to 5 minutes, since you all will be here. Hopefully your schedule permits to be here next council meeting, so we can have more time to talk about, bulk trash pickup and opportunities for growth. Could you please state your name and your address and your title, sir?
Address on the president of ASME. My address is 6650 Ross Code, Memphis, Tennessee 38141.
Okay, the floor is yours, sir.
I'm here to face the council to let them know that Bulk Week is a failure in the city. I have reached out to administration over and over again to sit down and come up with something that the constituents will be glad that we came up with a resolution to get up the trash in front of their homes. When you take all of the equipment from the north side of the town and place it into the east side of the town for a whole week, it neglects the ones on the outskirts. I have pointed this out over and over again. When employees are overworked and underpaid, they tend to get sick, overheat weather, no equipment, manpower. As you can see, Ms. Ryan stated that Bulk Week went up 50%. This city have grown since 1968. And 1968, we had 1,300 sanitation workers. Right now, we're down under 400. There's no way the men and women can continue to do the job on the level of service without the manpower, without the equipment. The administration have went from three trash trucks, 1 recycle truck, and 6 garbage trucks every day into just 6 garbage trucks and 2 recycle trucks. So now the things that the trash trucks were doing, the garbage truck has to do it. They took these tablets and optimized the route and said we're going to equal the amount of stops every day. Before the tablets, stops was maybe 330 homes. Now the stops 530 homes. How do you expect for these men and women to pull garbage if they are packing out in their truck with 330 homes? Then the trash is going to lay on the street with 530 homes. The decisions that administration are making are not serving the citizens. And nobody knows better but the men and women on their truck how to do the job. And I come before council to ask y'all to have these discussions with administration, to have these discussions with ASME, to talk about this. Because those people, Ms. Ryan made a statement that said, it's work up north, don't work down south. The last I remember, the north served Raleigh, Frazier, North Memphis. All of those neighborhoods is torn up, all of them. And they're possibly could be worse. I mean, when we talk about blight in this city, that's the reason why. Those people are tired of coming to their door, looking out, seeing their trash sitting on the front of their carrier. So they load it up and take it to areas in the neighborhood and they throw it off. In order for us to fix the situation, we got to get more manpower, more equipment, and we got to remove this Bulk Week.
So I have a quick question, and I'm gonna. So one, so I have a headlight out on my vehicle, and I put it in the shop expecting to get my vehicle back, literally probably in a week, and my car's still in the shop. The reason I'm bringing that up is I think we have to be mindful of where we are as a society. We are experiencing significant delays and back orders for parts. So I do know, and I can say nice things about the administration. I do know that they have ordered some equipment, but just not have come in yet. And I have a very specific question. I don't care who takes it, and then we're gonna come back in 2 weeks. And I would love to hear from both of you all. And I think this is the only thing that this body is concerned about. How do we fix it? That's our only concern. How do we fix it? How do we fix it? And we know manpower. We have to hire people. We're trying. I'm not sure what that magic number is, but we have to do that. But how do we fix it? Is it a efficiency issue? Is it a issue equity in terms of how we're allocating our resources? But how do we fix it? Because whatever it is, I think this body is going to be willing to do or allocate or move dollars around to address this issue. Because if you paid any attention to this meeting today, it didn't matter if we were talking about police cars, we're going to talk about blight. It didn't matter if we were talking about bringing in a new hotel into the city of Memphis, we're going to talk about blight and trash. So the only question that this body is concerned with is how do we fix it? So somebody answer that question, and then I'll see you all in 2 weeks. And I really don't care who answers it, or both of you all can chime in. Can we get our mic on, Director?
It's green, but okay, there we go. I want to respond to just a couple of things. So it's not true that we don't have enough equipment that's operational. We need about 203 pieces of equipment. We have about 261 that's operational currently. We have about 335 that's in our fleet total. So we don't have a downed equipment issue. One of the issues we do have is increases in bulk that we have to address on what does the bulk model look like overall. If we were to go back to a day where we were serving homes every week, we would not be able to maximize the amount of equipment that we are able to maximize and cover the land mass that we cover currently. Another thing I want to mention is it's very difficult to perform the task. I mean, you have, for example, today in one area, 45% of crew chiefs are out. 45%. That means of the 29 assigned there, we had 16 people here. So when someone says we don't have enough people, it's not that we haven't hired enough people. It is we have people who are out. That is a real, a definite real issue. And one last thing I wanted to point to is I didn't mention earlier when we talked about how we attack the issues with blight, that we do work overtime. We do, that is something that we're doing as well. We work overtimes in the afternoons. We work overtime on Saturdays as well to address what we have going on in bulk. And for the most part, we have enough crews to deal with our day-to-day service. What Rubicon has helped us to do is instead of having people leave at 10 a.m. where we are not finished for the day, people are staying a bit longer because the routes are more efficient. It's not efficient to have people leave work at 10 a.m. And that's what was happening. It's not happening as much now with the implementation of the Rubicon tablets that we've been using. So more people, 1,300 people, that's definitely not where we should be going. We should be looking at the data. We should be looking at how we're using crews and making decisions from that standpoint. And the data supports that we continue to implement the tablets and continue to craft our routes based on the information that we're getting from using the tablets. And I'll stop there.
Okay. So I don't think anyone answered my question. How do we fix it? I know we address issues related to things stated. But how do we fix the problem? And when you all come back, we're going to dedicate most of my committee, the next council meeting specifically to this issue. But when you come back, I know council members are inquiring about, can we see the breakdown of the data in terms of how frequent certain parts of the city is being visited compared to other parts? There's concerns about whether there is a true equitable distribution of resources. Let us see that. And also, I'm gonna give you an example. There is a gentleman who lives in Whitehaven 38116, pretty nice community, and I know for sure there was bulk trash in front of his home for 4 to 5 weeks. How do we stop that from happening? And that's our only concern. So a way that we can make this better, and also some type of data to show whether or not there's truly a disparity between the way that certain parts of the city are being serviced. Thank you all for coming. Hope to see you back in 2 weeks. Director, thank you for coming. Thank you for your team. And we're going to keep talking until we get to an answer. And this council is going to be willing and ready to do everything we can to support what that solution looks like. Thank you all. Look forward to seeing you back. And with that, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. And I do want to note our council right now is talking about bulk trash being in their community. And I want to be clear to the general public that this council has made it a priority to reduce the blight, reduce the trash that we see in the city. And we're going to work every single day until we get an answer. Thank you all. And with
We gotta start. Okay. The July 12th, 2022 executive session of the City of Memphis is hereby called to order. Mr. Bacchus, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Colvett, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Morgan, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Jones, Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Canale, Councilman Warren, Chairwoman Swearingen.
Present. We do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't? Okay. Item number 1. We're going to skip to item number 2. Item number 2 is an update from Council Attorney Alan Wade on the hiring of an energy consultant. Attorney Wade, you may be recognized.
Thank you. Let me bring you up to date on where we are. On April 5, we adopted a resolution authorizing the council attorney to develop a scope of work for a potential energy consultant, to research and identify potential experts, and to make a recommendation to the council of one or more consultants to be hired. I developed a scope of work and presented that to you in early June of 2022. Since that time, I've been in constant contact with Councilwoman Johnson, and I mean constant contact. And I think there may be some confusion about the urgency of this appointment. So I want to just take one moment to talk about the role of the council in this process. I wrote an opinion in May of 2020 at the request of Councilman Robertson when she asked what was the council's role in the MLG&W evaluation of the feasibility of leaving TVA. And that opinion, I pointed out that under the city's charter, the Board of Light, Gas, and Water shall have the power and authority to purchase electric current from TVA or from any other person, firm, or corporation, as in the judgment of said Board of Light, Gas, and Water shall be proper and expedient, and to make any and all contracts necessary and incident thereto. That includes altering, renewing, or discontinuing any contracts, and that the said Light, Gas, and Water Division shall not enter into any contract for the purchase of electricity for a period longer than 5 years unless said contract shall have first been approved by the City Council. So under the charter, MLG&W has the power and authority to contract, first of all, to purchase power or to discontinue any contract that is 5 years or less. And that is for electricity, renewables, solar, any of those things. To the extent that it goes above 5 years, it has to come to you. But you act only after they have acted. So there's nothing that we can do presently until MLG&W makes a formal recommendation to you. So it is possible that MLG&W may decide that they are not going to make a recommendation, in which case the whole process ends. So I want everybody to understand that in the context of the timing. But nevertheless, what I did from there was waited until we had the GDS presentation on June 9, and that process better informed me of the qualifications of potential consultants that would be needed to address the breadth and technical complexity of the GDS report and the expected recommendation. Before that meeting, however, I had researched potential consultants and research consultants recommended to Councilwoman Johnson by outside advocacy groups. I researched over 21 different individuals and groups. I also consulted the American Association of Blacks in Energy, which is a trade association of power executives in the U.S. This group focuses on developing future black executives for power companies and advocating for policy initiatives with the U.S. Congress that affect African American communities. I found that it was not a resource for energy consulting firms. So thereafter, I identified 3 firms with expertise in economics, engineering, and transmission aspects of electric power supply generation. I interviewed all 3 firms by telephone and by Zoom. I had Zoom conferences with them, multiple. One thing I did learn in dealing with these firms is these firms know their business. They know more about what needs to be done than we do, and they are very meticulous about defining the scope of the activities that they will be involved in. And that was helpful to me because I learned a whole lot about the process that I didn't know and that hadn't been shared with us by GDS. One firm that I interviewed is based in Boston, had family ties in Tennessee, and had experience dealing with TVA on a power supply issue for one of his customers. They were negotiating power supply rates that TVA would charge that customer. So he was very familiar with their rate structure and their whole infrastructure. The head of this firm, however, declined our invitation to participate since his firm was already fully engaged on other projects. After learning more about the scope of our project, he recommended another engineering economic firm that he believed had the expertise and experience in dealing with all of the aspects that we would be required to evaluate. And before I talk about that firm he recommended, I want to talk about a second firm based in Boston that has worked on power supply issues worldwide and has pending projects all over the globe. Specifically, they have and presently represent clients who have ongoing projects involving MISO. So that piqued my interest, and I thought they would be very helpful. And I just want to just briefly go through a few things about that firm.
Could you name the first firm? What's the name of the first firm from Boston?
I would like to not
name the firms.
Name the firms publicly. I would, prefer to do that in an attorney-client because I anticipate that we may use these firms in some sort of litigation posture. And I want to be able to negotiate with these firms without having their names be out in the public domain. And I'll share that with you and Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay, and the first one was out of Boston, and the second one?
The second one is also out of Boston.
And they were still with MISO, correct?
Yeah, so they have unique experience that we would need. They have experience with MISO. They have advised clients on the stranded costs of leaving a generation and transmission provider like we would be doing with TVA. They have advised clients on the decision to join MISO and all of the ins and outs of that. They have advised clients on renewable implementation, which is something that we're considering. And they also, on a number of clients, interact with MISO on a regular basis and provide long-term MISO energy market outlooks where they have proprietary models of how they can project what MISO's fees will be, or costs will be into the next 20 years. And they update that on a regular basis. So they had, in my opinion, one aspect of this process that we would be interested in knowing about. Now, my choice was not that firm. This firm was very impressive. I like them a lot. They're a large firm. They have the resources to dedicate a lot of people to our issues, but that's not the firm that I prefer. And let me talk about the firm that I prefer. This firm was not on my list. It was recommended by several of the firms that I interviewed that could not or declined to participate because they were too busy. This firm is based in Bedford, Massachusetts. They are a smaller firm. They spun off from another firm called, let's see if I can find it. Charles River and Associates, that is a large firm dealing with economic and energy consulting. This firm is headed, they have a background in engineering economics consulting. They have a comprehensive range of economic, financial, and regulatory expertise. They have clients that they represent and provide advice on generation and transmission, ISOs, RTOs, distribution utilities, and their senior members have consulted on the design and operation of wholesale power markets in the U.S., Canada, UK, Europe, Australia, Middle East, and Mexico. They have extensive experience with production costing, system expansion, and they do the same modeling of MISO and other markets all over the country. They have one client that purchases electricity from MISO, TVA, and a number of other providers. So they also have unique experiences that I think are suited for us. The head of the firm is an economist and scientist with 40 years of domestic and international experience. He is a member of the MIT team that developed the theory of spot pricing. He has held a variety of research and teaching positions at MIT, and he is the director of the MIT Energy Initiative Utility of the Future Project. They have another partner who has 30 years of experience in energy, economics, regulatory policy, and quantitative analysis. And he is the director of modeling with the TELUS Institute, and he has done extensive energy research in Russia. The lead for this project, if we hire this firm, has 35 years of experience in energy industry, specializing in economics and operations of electric power systems. And he is a transmission expert, which a lot of these firms are not. That is why this one is more unique, because we do have a major transmission component of this proposal. There's also one of the senior consultants that has more than 40 years of experience in energy economics, law, and regulation. And I just want to read a few things about him. From 1999 to 2001, he led the economic analysis for TVA's Power System Quant Optimization Project, a strategic initiative to enhance transmission and system operations and provide enterprise-wide access. This guy knows TVA inside and out. He is also, from 2003 to 2007, advised MISO senior executives on the development of and securing stakeholder and regulatory approval for MISO's energy and ancillary services markets. He represented MISO and helped them become approved to do what they do today. He knows MISO in and out.
What's his name? Are you able to share that? Can't share his name? Okay.
Sentinel.
Austin.
And then they have a team
I didn't get that last name.
Individuals who are engineers, mechanical engineers, that actually run all of the modeling, the cost modeling, if you're trying to evaluate transmission costing, if you're trying to project out what TVA's costs are going to be, what MISO's costs are going to be. And the thing that really swung me to them is, one, they have been engaged by the state of Massachusetts to help Massachusetts increase their renewables, solar and wind. They've done that for about 10 years. They also represent Boston in increasing Boston's implementation of solar and wind and other renewables. They represented, in 2016, the city of Denton, Texas. And they reviewed a renewable plan for Denton to go more reliant on renewables. And they were hired by the Denton City Council. They have unique experience dealing with legislative bodies. They've done this before. And so, I mean, they have all of the aspects that we would want in a consultant. I was very impressed with them. I mean, we had a series of meetings. They picked up on what we needed right away. And over the 4th of July holiday, they said they would have me a proposal on Tuesday after the holiday. Tuesday at 8 a.m. I had it. It was very comprehensive. I like these guys. I think that if I had to go into a street fight with somebody, I'd want these guys with me, okay? And I think we can work with them. I think the way they communicate is very concise and understandable. I intend, I mean, and I'll consult with you and Councilwoman Johnson, but it's my expectation that I will try to negotiate an agreement with them and review it with the two of you and try to present that to the council at the next meeting. They have assured me, I would tell you one other thing that I've noticed in their proposal. They had already done some preliminary review of MLG&W's IRP plan. They also had already reviewed GDS's presentation on June 9th. They found, and I will tell you one thing they said is that that they will do an initial phase, will review the detailed IRP prepared by Siemens. The focus of the review will be an analytic assumptions that underline the proposal to determine if they're reasonable, and that they can have that analysis done by August 15th. They said subsequent phases, as I explained to you, will depend on what recommendations come out of MLG&W. And at that point in time, they want to just sit down with me and define the scope of where they go from there. I like that because it's not like a proposal you get from most consultants that we'll do all these things and you pay us X. We have the ability, like a cafeteria plan, to kind of surgically define what we want them to do and therefore not waste a whole lot of time and money in going forward. I strongly recommend that we go with this firm. I think they are well suited to help us navigate where we go from here.
Counsel, what's Austin's? Could you spell that last name, please?
Hold on a second, I'll go back to it. Centolella.
Centolella?
Yes.
Thank you very kindly. Thank you so much for that precise report. And we'll look forward to receiving the document where we would know the names of the companies so that we can proceed further.
Right.
No, this is just a discussion.
Report. I think the vote of the council will be to approve the contract once I negotiate.
Thank you very kindly. I appreciate it. Item number 1. Let's go back. He disappeared on me. Okay, item number 1 A resolution of Economic Development Initiative, One Bill Convention Center Commitment, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by Council Members Ford Sr., Robinson, Morgan, Smiley Jr., Johnson, Canali, and Warren, requesting same night minutes. May we have a motion and a second to hear this item, please? First, moved by Councilwoman Robinson, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. I recognize you, Councilman Corbett.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Colleagues, we heard this case not all the way through this morning in committee. There are still a lot of questions, but I think it was, as Chairman Ford asked me to be involved in the conversations, I can tell you that both sides are talking a lot, but there remain a lot of questions that are not answered. Chief McGowan and I were visiting. To give you guys a heads up, what I would like to do is Chief will walk us through several of the questions that we're running into. And if the body feels that we still don't have the answers, like I don't think we do, I'm going to move that when this item comes up, that we hold it in full council. We will then recess the council meeting. And then in the interest of, if the council agrees to this, for the press and everybody, we will reconvene the recessed meeting this Thursday at 4 o'clock. Hopefully, colleagues, this will give all parties time to ask the questions, get the answers. Council will reconvene and we can make a good decision. Can we go ahead and have Chief McGowan?
That I would like to go ahead and move, that we just go ahead and move it to Thursday.
Okay, we have a motion, Madam Chairman, we have a motion.
We have a recommendation to move this item to special call meeting on Thursday, 4 o'clock. It's been moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilwoman Robinson, recommended.
What about the question?
Let's put it on the add-ons.
Yes, colleagues, we have to hear it at 3:30 in order to hold it, and then we'll have to at the end of the meeting recess.
No recommendation. Well, can we move it down with no recommendation?
That would be fine, but also, Chief, do you have about 2 or 3 minutes to just walk us through the questions we're running in?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. So, Councilman, as you know, this morning there were some questions that were raised. So I think moving this until Thursday will give our financial advisors the opportunity to answer just a few questions. Number one, since this is an increased commitment from the city, does that do anything? And what would be the implications for our annual bond rating and review? Number two, as you heard Chief Ford talk about, this is a commitment of non-ad valorem tax revenue. So does this put at risk any of the other things that are committed non-ad valorem tax revenues? And then the third issue is, since we're backstopping 100% of the debt service reserve, does that do anything to move us into the position of an investor in the project, and what second and third order effects, if any, come from that? So with those basic questions, we'll be able to provide some information to y'all that we weren't able to quite answer this morning, and I think will make for a more well-informed decision. And I do want to say thank you for the opportunity, Councilman Ford. We had the productive discussion this afternoon after you asked us to move. So I think we're moving forward with additional information that will be helpful to the council. So I appreciate the action that will help us get information as necessary.
Without objection.
Thank you so much. Without objection, we will have no recommendation for this item, and we will address it during the add-on items during regular council meeting. Thank you very kindly, Councilman Colbert. Item number 3. A resolution introducing a reproductive autonomy is necessary RAIN Act all. Council districts sponsored by Councilman Smiley. Same night minutes requested. Councilman Smiley, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Swearingen. I am mindful that we are running close on time, so I'm going to read the caption and the resolution into the record, and I'm going to make a recommendation. I'm going to make a recommendation after I read the full resolution into the record that we send it downstairs to full council. Well, send it to full council today. There's no point of discussing the issues twice, and I wanted to make sure the folks who are coming today to speak on this item have an opportunity to voice their concerns as well. With that being said, so resolution introducing the Reproductive Autonomy is Necessary Act, also known as RAIN. Whereas on June 24, 2022, the United States Supreme Court issued an opinion ending the constitutional right to an abortion, which immediately put the lives and well-being of Americans at risk, radically undermined nearly 50 years of legal precedence and the court's legitimacy, and repealed a fundamental right to privacy for Americans. And whereas this stunning act of political activism from the court has led to an immediate assault on liberties from the state legislature and the governor of Tennessee, abortion is already banned in Tennessee after 6 weeks into pregnancy, before many people know they are pregnant, and classifies the performing or inducing or attempting to perform and induce an abortion a Class C felony. And within a few weeks, Tennessee will institute a near total ban on abortions that makes no exception for cases of rape or incest. And whereas the morally and legally deficient restrictions and near total bans will not stop abortions, but only prevent access to safe abortions, and will further target people of color, poor people, rural people, disabled people, and other marginalized people who will be without the necessary resources to seek medical care and guidance outside of Tennessee. And whereas, as the United States Supreme Court of the state of Tennessee have failed to protect a fundamental right to privacy for Americans, municipalities must interject under the fullest extent of the law to protect people from death, physical harm, and tyranny. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council supports the right to abortion for all Americans and condemns any actions intended to restrict the fundamental rights and liberties of any person. Be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council urges the police department and the Shelby County Sheriff's Office to make the criminal enforcement of abortion, miscarriage, or other conduct that could be prosecuted under state laws criminalizing reproductive care its lowest priority, and to restrict city personnel and resources from being used to catalog, report, investigate, surveil, cite, or arrest any individuals performing, assisting with, or seeking reproductive care. Be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council requests and urges the Memphis Police Department and Shelby County Sheriff's Office to prioritize reports of harassment, intimidation, or any other disruption targeting persons performing, assisting with, seeking reproductive care, and for the Shelby County District Attorney's Office to prosecute instances of harassment, intimidation, and/or disruption related to reproductive care to the full extent of the law. Be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council requests that the Shelby County District Attorney's Office make the prosecution of abortions, miscarriages, and other conduct that could be prosecuted under state laws criminalizing reproductive care its lowest priority. Be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council requests that the Memphis Police Department, the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, and the Shelby County District Attorney's Office to not provide information to any other governmental body or agency about any abortion, miscarriage, or other conduct that could be prosecuted under the state laws criminalizing reproductive care. Sponsored by me. And with that, I'm going to move that we send this to full council at 3:30 with no recommendation. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there any objection to having this heard at our 3:30 meeting? Okay. Seeing none, that item will be included as our add-on. Is there any other business to come before Councilwoman Robinson? Gotcha.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to introduce a resolution. Thank you. Let me introduce it. It's a resolution to allocate and appropriate $250,000 from the fiscal year 23 City Council Community Impact Fund to the STEM Center at Whitehaven High School. Whereas the Memphis City Council makes serving and assisting the community a top priority, and so each year the Council Community Impact Fund is appropriated to provide a large one-time investment to a nonprofit or project with the power to greatly impact and transform a community. And whereas Whitehaven High School, through their partner School Seed Foundation, is currently fundraising to construct a 24,000 square foot state-of-the-art science, technology, engineering, math, which means STEM Center. And whereas the STEM Center at Whitehaven High School will house classrooms for advanced placement, physics, biology, chemistry, robotics, computer science and environmental science courses. It will also offer 9 traditional science laboratories, a computer lab, a 1,600 square foot robotics lab, 3 STEM-focused classrooms, and a 9,600 square foot landscape courtyard. Whereas the city of Memphis is already the fastest growing city for young Black tech talent, and the demand for STEM workers will only continue to grow with monumental investments such as Blue Oval City. And whereas the STEM Center at Whitehaven High School is a critical and impactful project as it supports the academic and creative pursuit of students at Whitehaven High School, and also marks a historic workforce development investment in the city of Memphis, and will positively impact the long-term well-being of the city's workforce readiness and economy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council allocates and appropriates $250,000 of the City Council Community Impact Fund for fiscal year 23 to School Seed Foundation for the construction of the STEM Center at Whitehaven High School. The sponsors, Patrice Robinson, Edmund Ford Sr., Chase Carlisle, and, thank you, Ford Canale. Okay, well, anyone else that want to add, just raise your hand and I get the staff to document it. Thank you.
Okay, motion has been made. Councilwoman Easter Thomas would like to be recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to be recognized before Councilwoman Robinson brought this resolution forth, so I can wait till after this resolution is done.
Okay. Colleagues, I had a question. I don't see anybody who's here to answer it. There were some minor projects in my district that I recommended before this fiscal year out of the same pot of money. This is like for the fencing on the viaduct on South Parkway. We have chain link fence up there where it's wrought iron was up there. So I made a request. I don't know whether it was put in time enough. I communicated this to Mr. Connect and projected these particular funds to do so. I did this before the end of the fiscal year. I wanted to see where that sat before we actually allocated all of the funds. If he says to me, hey, this could have been part of, or the funding of this would be in fiscal year 23, then I think that we could, that could impact the amount of money that's available for this. So I don't know how we navigate that. Like I said, this is it wasn't anything, the way that we allocated these funds and designated them, each council person was to submit to the administration, and that's how these funds were to be allocated for that. So I would hesitate us to vote on expending everything all at once when there could be other projects that other council members may have requested for this allocation of funds. Councilwoman Johnson.
Your recommendation, I do remember you requesting that information for those improvements. Would that not have been fiscal year 22, but this is 23? I mean, that's what I'm trying to think if the funds are separated by years.
Well, that's why I don't know. That's why I said before we do this, I would like to have that question answered. Of course, to me, it was made in the last fiscal year, but I don't know how they are administering or spending these funds.
And my question is, what would have been the total amount for 23 for this fund?
The total amount that we allocated for this is $250,000.
Okay, so this would be the project for the whole year?
Yes.
Used up, okay.
Yes.
All right.
That is basically what happens with this money. It doesn't usually go to several projects. We usually select one a year. And that was the 22 project, the one that he just told us about.
What mine was not a whole 250,000. Mine, I don't know what the price may have been. It may have been just 25 or 40 or 50, I don't know. So we didn't do anything as a full council at any point in 2022 for that 250,000.
I think we did.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Because we had some money also set aside to finish the project on the project in Alan Wade's office yes, that's it.
Okay.
What is it called again? Communico. Yes, we
okay.
did allocate your dollars and as well as that. I remember doing that, making sure that happened.
Councilwoman Johnson.
The last time it was reported, we had a balance of 155,000 in that account, and that's when I recall you asking for the fence assistance.
Okay. So if that's the case, I'll follow up with it, but it seems like, it may not be anything that encroaches upon this particular amount. I just wanted to make sure we did so.
Okay.
Okay. There's no request for same night minutes on this, is there?
Yes.
Oh, there is?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Same night minutes.
So this will be an add-on for tonight's agenda. I don't know what number that would be, but we'll just have an add-on. But colleagues, we are running into our regularly scheduled meeting, so I'm going to, if it's no objection, adjourn this.
No.
Oh.
Got to do
Chair.
Okay, well.
Vice Chair.
Oh, that's right, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. I'm going to hand the chair back over to the chair.
Is she on the... Councilwoman Easter Thomas, would you like to be recognized?
Yes, Chairwoman. I just wanted we had moved the item from the Budget Committee to Executive, so I wanted to know when that will be heard now.
We have no recommendation. It will be added to the add-on items. Are you speaking of one bill?
No.
Councilwoman?
No, not one bill. The $3 million allocation for North Memphis Grocery Store and Resource Center.
For a grocery store.
We moved that from Budget Committee. We said we would hear that in Executive.
We did not move it to
Okay.
As the Budget Chair, I would like to recognize Vice Chair Martavis Jones.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, yeah, we haven't had an opportunity to have that for a discussion in executive. I would just ask that we hear that, or we add that item on to our regular, an add-on for tonight's meeting, and we'll have that discussion like Councilman Smiley indicated a second ago. Instead of hearing it twice, I would recommend that we hear it in our regular meeting and just as an add-on item.
Can we do that without any objections?
Yeah, with the request to say 9 minutes.
Liza, Mr. Barkers, may we add that, please? Okay. Thank you very kindly. Any other questions, Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
No, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very kindly. This brings us to add-on items. We have 6 add-on items for this afternoon. Item number 36, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Memphis, Tennessee, approving an economic impact plan for the legacy of Countrywood Economic Development Area, District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by EDGE. Request for same night minutes. Item number 37, a resolution for Economic Development Initiative, One Beale Convention Center, Commitment District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by Council Members Ford Sr., Robinson, Morgan, Smiley Jr., Johnson, Canale, and Warren. Request for same night minutes. Item number 38, joint reappointment, Memphis and Shelby County Redevelopment Agency and Langston. Request by administration. Request for same night minutes. Item number 39, resolution to amend the Memphis City Council Community Grant Program for fiscal year 23, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Ford. Request for same night minutes. Item number 40, resolution to amend the Memphis City Council Community Grant Program for fiscal year 23, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Robinson. Request for same night minutes. Item number 41, resolution to appropriate $3 million in ARPA funding to designate Promise CDC as project manager and fiscal agent to address food desert in North Memphis area, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Request for same night minutes. Item number 42, resolution introducing the Reproductive Autonomy and Necessary Reign Act, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Smiley, request for same-night minutes. Item 6 has been withdrawn. Our same-night minute items will be 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 33, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. I'll repeat, our add-on items are items number 36 through 42. Item 6 has been withdrawn. Our same-night minute items will be 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 33, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. And 43. Seeing no further business before this committee, this meeting is now adjourned.
That could have been easy, somebody walking. Yeah.
Right, so that's what I'm thinking, that's where they need to put it. That makes sense.
So the red light, I mean, where people stop.